All right, folks. It is day 21. Finally made it to 3 weeks. Keeping the streak alive. As always, MAKU desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. Right? Hey, Indy. What's up? What's up? So today is Wednesday. It's our hump day, right? So half day today. Yesterday was complete review, actually. Just complete review. Finally made it to Unit 8. Gonna be farming for the new kanji today. I wonder if I can get some teasers. Let's look if there are some teasers. Nope, never mind. You have to unlock at least one kanji to see like the shadow things. I think this is kind of what does this remind me of? This reminds me of a recent game I played, Dave the Diver, and where you're collecting aquatic animals, like you're a diver, you're a fisherman as well. And what it does is they give you like silhouettes of all the things you're yet to meet. And I kind of like that. It would be, I wouldn't mind it, this stuff just being unlocked, like shrouded, and then you're just, because I like the teaser of seeing what is coming up next. So we're not going to go review kanji to some extent. Let's see what I can remember with total recall. Man, my kana is so rusty. Today we're not going to do like the bootstrap practice thing because we have no new kanji to practice at the moment. Let's see if we can remember stuff. So, right, we got our numbers. Ooh, and still unsteady. Going, the top left corner of my tablet is so weird. I need to reach up to the top left. It is slightly different from my standard writing. Dang it. Let's go too far down. Okay. Oh, just kidding. Too far down. It's fine. Oops. That was, no one saw that. That was out of stroke order. First. Okay. Right? So we got our 10 numbers, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. 10, right? 10. And then I'm emphasizing Jew because I keep saying Joel. Am I watching any anime right now? Not yet. So the guys and I are just vibing for now. However, we're waiting for the completion of Severin, right? The trending anime Severin. Oh, which by the way, the reason why I mentioned yesterday's Yorushika Haru movie music video is because it's the second opening to Severin. So we're waiting for that. To watch that all together. So that's what we're looking forward to. The last anime we watched was, it's like Recoil or something. I don't remember the Western, like it's a Western thing, but it's an anime about a Western organization about basically widows, like trained assassins, female trained assassins, with a slice of life component. Let's see. So, are you watching anything, Indy? So we got the 10. What else we got? Okay, let's try this. whoops, I did that out of order as well. We have Kyoto, right? And then, right, so I think it's this one. Oops. Right. Yeah. I have Tokyo, then Kyoto. I think I accidentally said Kyoto here. Tokyo, Kyoto, right? Tokyo, Kyoto. And then I'm doing from the two because the other ones are Tanaka, Nakayama, and Yamaguchi, which they're okay. The kanjis are okay. Not as fun. Let's take some from the third set. So the third unit, unit 7. We have some up here already, but like we have Han, right? Han. Oh. We have G, right? G. What is this? The mi in mimasu. Uh-oh. Oh no. I don't remember. Oh, I do remember. It's fine. Whoops. That's kind of bubbly. It's fine. We have yo in yomimasu. Right? I feel like I can recover 2 more with total recall. Let's see. Oh, I can. So and chi, right? And chi. I feel like I could do 2 more. Well, let's just throw in the ones that I already know, I suppose. Right, Tanaka, and then we have, oops. Nakayama, and then Yamaguchi, right? Just throw those in. Feels like I'm just going all the way at this point. I feel the second set had more things in it. I think this is good enough. This is good enough for kanji. So now let's review some stuff. I'm probably just gonna write the English because my kana is gonna take a while. Kana. One day we're gonna sit down and just write the kana. Slowly write out the kana. So let's see if I remember the stuff that sticks out most. We're gonna remember the groupings. The grouping ones are the easier ones. So we have asa gohan, right? Asa gohan. Hiru gohan. I'm basically thinking about what I see in the kana and saying the kana and then writing the English word. So I'm actually writing the English word after I think about the Japanese kana. Kana, and because these are kana. So far, for me so far, breakfast and lunch and dinner, ban gohan are kana for me at the moment. So I only see the kana. And then we can do the every series, right? The every, my, right? My. So my nichi, my asa, morning, and then my ban, night, right? So these are the groups too. My nichi, my asa, my ban, just to link up with the breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Lunch and day is my root. So I take hiru gohan as my root, and then I modify hiru gohan into asa gohan and ban gohan. And for every day, I take my nichi and then modify it into my asa and my ban as a way to root all of these groups. And then we just got random stuff like jusu. Right, jusu. Kohi, right? Kohi. And this only comes up a few times, but yaku, right? We haven't done, actually yesterday's review didn't really splice in it's at the upper half for these ones, like soccer, basketball, right? Basketball. And then the upper limit, so now we're going 2 days back. So anime, right? Anime, manga, nusu, and then you have all the other activities that deal with. So here our grouping for those, go to the left side for grouping. So the grouping, the root is mimas, which is to watch. And then we go on beyond that, right? Mimas, yomimas, which is read. Nomimas, which is drink. Tabemas, which is to eat. Kikimas, which is to listen, right? So I take the root, which is my root is watch, because that was the first one introduced. So then with mimas, I know the rest. And generally I visualize it in a building or something, some way of visualizing all these, so that I link all these in my head. So all these are linked. This group here, and then this group. And because of these links right here, they branch out. So watch branches out, read branches out into these words. And that's how I'm visualizing it right now. So if I know mimas, right? If I know mimas, I have anime, news, terebi, right? Terebi, everything that I watch. And then when I think of read, I think of manga, as well as newsu. So, and then the drink and eat are all the vocabularies that we have that's new. and whatnot. So that's kind of how I'm organizing it in my library in my head right now. Other than that, I still do not have the proficiency to draw, to like write out these kana very, very quickly. They may or may not, I may or may not invest that much time into it, because the katakana ones, I will probably write them out at some point. Well, not manga, but like anime, basketball. Oh, which reminds me, when it comes to eat, we have sandoichi. I can't even spell sandwich in I can't even spell sandwich in English anymore. Sandoichi, right? Meanwhile, oh, and bento, right? Bento. Sorry, all these things are coming back as I'm talking about this stuff, right? And then we have the word for music as well. Ongaku. And of course, terebi. Yeah, so that's a pretty good review of a lot of the Unit 7 stuff. I will probably try to remember to write the katakana. Hiragana, we're just gonna have to bootstrap and write them from memory. As long as I remember and can say the kana incredibly quickly, I think I'm okay with slowly writing through. When we get to like translations and localizations, that will come through in the end. Writing is typically nearly the last step these days. Before, I used to write a lot because I had problems public speaking, as in like I didn't like giving presentations and talking and whatnot. Nowadays, you know, fast forward another 15 years, speech is probably my more pronounced skill than writing itself. I still do both, just I think speech acquisition comes far more natural nowadays than writing. So writing will come after. And there's no guarantee that like outside of the katakana, right, out of the katakana things, there are kanji involved in whatever these are. So in a way, learning the kanji, if it comes up later on, will reinforce learning the kana in the long run. So my thing is, I will probably try to visualize and write the katakana terms, and then take my time with learning the hiragana terms. If kanji comes down the way, it's an open opportunity to take the kanji and go one step back to the hiragana, right? Or both, like combining, because yesterday as we're typing in romaji for like review, things like, you know, bus stop, indie, bus stop are still in partial, you know, katakana and hiragana. And we know that there is a chance that the hiragana can become kanji as well in this case. So I'm not too impatient about converting these to hiragana. I'm still pretty solid on all my kanas, except for possibly some. I would say I'm 90% on the kana. There are some syllables that I don't usually think of, and they don't come up very often in the vocabulary yet. So with more vocabulary, we'll get our kana refresher. So that's kind of our total recall for today. Pretty solid. It only takes 2 days. Generally 2 days. I would say the first day, rough house. Like incredibly rough house to digest all of this. But I think this is about the amount of volume I can handle. We're getting bigger. Our volume is getting bigger per day. So I'm getting used to acquiring more than I usually do. Back in the last 5 or 7 years, I would say if I can cluster 5 concepts. That's about where I am. So in this case, we had what? 1 cluster, 2 cluster, 3 cluster. And then off these 3 clusters, especially this one, right? There are at least like 4 different groupings. That's kind of capping around here, maybe a little bit more. And then remember that we still have to throw in the sentence structures and stuff. I think looking at patterns is way more in my advantage. So why am I focusing on vocabulary on Total Recall is because pattern recognition is my strength. So I practice that skill way too much already. So I don't need to compensate for pattern recognition. Even if I don't comprehend any grammar whatsoever, what I did for a living and what I still do now is to look for pattern, especially behavioral patterns. And behavioral patterns are far more, in my opinion, far more spurious than ruled patterns. So generally speaking, that rule pattern is a skill that most will do pretty well. Like video games tend to rely on ruled patterns. Puzzle games, you know, things that you don't necessarily have to comprehend. It can end up being mechanical as well. So these type of things, I kind of sideline. They'll come in naturally. I rely on intuition when it comes to seeing patterns. Vocabulary, there's no exception. Like in terms of vocabulary and abstraction, you have to integrate associated memories with them. So this part is intellectually more taxing, making it more intellectually interesting to me. When I'm looking for patterns in like grammar, like where's that, where this goes, that comes, that is like, it's my wheelhouse. I don't feel like I'm worried I might forget something. Just it happens. So when I'm not worried about it, it doesn't feel like I'm learning something, right? So I like to stick with things that I'm terrible at, or my weaknesses. They are the most interesting things to me. All right. Okay. And I absolutely adore this animation, by the way. This animation is absolutely fantastic. Okay, so we're just going to stick with vocabulary, Unit 8 today. Let's see if we can get through halfway. At least find all our kanji for tomorrow. Oh, and someone else brought up another, I guess, competing thing yesterday called LingQ. LingQ is very aggressively paid. Aggressively, just looking at their monetization model, aggressively paid. So can't really do any of that. There is a way. I thought of a way. We could do LingQ in a way where, so there is a free edition and then a premium edition, right? As I mentioned, aggressively monetized. There is a feature in there that they limit that obviously is aggressive to making it monetized compared to Duolingo. Duolingo, there is, I would say, the threshold for the payment and push for aggression is completely voluntary. It's the gamified thing, completely voluntary live service models, as opposed to the formal model that LingQ uses, where they effectively paywalled features, right? And what I mean by features are features that are what I would say essential to the learning process. In this way, what are the features? What? Unlimited hearts, right? Practice, get the hearts back. That's, you have to practice anyways if you're making errors. So there's a lot of like this live Duolingo uses a live service model where it's convenience that creates the choice to pay. It's the convenience, not necessarily the feature. Featured as essential. So in LingQ, if you're willing to pay, I can see it being excellent. If there are no content limitations, looking at the free versus the pricing one, right? you can offset the free ones. One of the major big red flags on LingQ's feature, just as a cursory, I usually do opening remarks when we tackle a project. Maybe we'll tackle LingQ in the future. You can only save certain number of words in order to practice them. I saw the number 20. That's outrageously unacceptable in my opinion. However, if you say 20, Excel, make a spreadsheet, supplement it with Anki, plug all that into Anki instead. So there is a way to pick out 2 or 3 birds with one stone. Perhaps that's a project in the future where you can take, it's one of those things like, sure, it's nice to have, slight hot take here, it's great to have a tool that has everything in one place. Go buy an Apple product, okay? That's excellent. It's very convenient. That is almost effectively uninteresting to me. So when someone says you should try this because it does everything, I legitimately find it less interesting when someone says that. It's about evaluating a product, see what it's missing, see where you can improve, while at the same time, how do you solve it? How do you constructively problem solve and make up for its weaknesses? So Duolingo obviously have trade-offs, and those trade-offs challenge me to fill in those trade-offs. Those are things that are interesting to me. Probably no one else. I mean, like, you can make an argument 90% of the people want a product that they pay for that does everything. That doesn't help me practice what I enjoy the most, which is problem solving. So perfect products, I would highly recommend them to people who do not want to do the work of critically thinking and problem solving. For me, it's fun to do that. I love improving products. So when someone comes to me and say it's a perfect product, I'm likely to think it's not a perfect product. And when I looked just for 5 minutes at LingQ, I already have a bunch of critical, constructive criticism for it, even before starting the program, right? It's the app. However, I already have fun ways of supplementing it using free stuff. It's kind of like making a movie, right? When you compare a resourceful movie director to a powerhouse non-resource one, you have to get practical, you have to get creative. And that's the stuff that I absolutely love and hope to encourage others to try to do on their own. If something doesn't have everything, put it together. How did I learn violin or music? I bootstrapped all the things that I lack that the other people have as free as I can. You got to get scrappy. So to me, Duolingo is a great place to start because it has no paywall. Some might argue it does, but you're saying, oh yeah, I don't have, what you call it? Like, oh, but they put their feature behind like flash memory flashes, flashcards. Flashcards are free, right? You can legitimately use the desktop device you have now or their smartphone and create notes to yourself. Like, you don't even need Anki to do that. You can legitimately write notes and keeps on an Android device or whatever Apple's equivalent is, right? You can mirror these things. Listening conversation, I go on YouTube. Just listen to something. So these things, or you could get, real cards, real flashcards. I said doesn't cost anything, right? Indie like doesn't cost anything. Technically, flashcards cost something. So I was citing a thing that you already have if you're using Duolingo. If you're using Duolingo, then you either have an Android device or an iOS device, and both of them have really fast notes. And you know what's even better? What's even crazier about them? They have writing functionality. So you can legitimately draw the kanji, have it transcribe, and it'll fit onto the notes. Like, you can scrappily draw a kanji and then have it search and match the kanji, and it'll be on your notes. That's all. And swipes left, right. It's just, so there are many ways you can be creative. And you know what you get out of it? It does slow you down. I agree. Absolutely 100% pragmatically. It'll slow you down by making flashcards and stuff. But you get to learn a different type of skill. You get to learn and practice problem solving skills, self-esteem issues, confidence, and learn how to be constructively critical. So then when you see a product, and this is what I mean by I am not the biggest fan against my colleagues, or not necessarily my colleagues, but other professional experts, where they want to develop the perfect product. So they're looking for an ideal product. I'm looking for a product that encourages enough for someone to add and solve the problems themselves. Because in my opinion, if you stop doing that, you also lose a chance at some critical life skills that I personally love. I play video games for that matter. Video games do something fundamentally that language, like formal education, doesn't do well, and I want to integrate those two. Video games provide an environment that only encourages the player by emotional motivation. Like it only tackles, which is what Duolingo is trying to do, which makes it an interesting product. It is using motivation as the source to feel obligated to learn, which is what video game does. What does it teach? It doesn't actually teach the context of the subject matter very well, obviously, because it's putting motivation first. What it does teach, though, it teaches a person how to handle and utilize their own motivation, and it offers a platform to regulate something that's beyond the context of the subject. And if you can do that and integrate formal learning, it's choice. Because when you're thinking about a video game, why does this person say fail 100 times and still continue to play it 100 times over before they succeed? It's the motivation component. Now the downside is it's not formally educating anything, right? It's not taking advantage of that motivation to formally educate. So it offers a different life skills. Video games legitimately can serve as a platform to develop a different set of life skills that are involved in learning, but it's not context specific. It doesn't have to be language, doesn't have to be getting a job. These life skills are how to find your own motivation, what motivates you to do things, and what happens when you fail, or what happens when it doesn't do what you want to do. Like what happens when a video game doesn't offer you the controls that ideally fits you, right? These things are not what formal education does. Formal education system are, this is the best way. You like it or you don't. It's this way or the highway. That's usually what happens. Or blame the developer or lag. Yeah. So there's still trade-offs, right? There's still trade-offs. You have to, video games offer the opportunity for someone to develop those life skills. And for the longest time, I have used video games as a platform to just develop only those life skills. The problem with that is it has the trade-off. There's no formal structure. There's no formal education, right? So it's not the best of both worlds. This one is more like the extreme end, formal education, and the other extreme end, entertainment-based challenges. The idea is, how can you marry them? And to me, the most interesting thing about Duolingo is they're trying to do that. And what happens to that? It's not good at either, right? Oftentimes when you split the perception that's at odds with each other, it's gonna be meh on both ends. But the thing for me is it goes beyond Duolingo. It's meh for two things. So what do? It's interesting because now I get to supplement it. So what are the things that Duolingo I don't think has enough? I'll go find it somewhere else. So yes, I saw that LingQ, one of the highlights of LingQ is there's a lot of conversation listening. And yeah, I mean, like, and then story reading and conversation. It's like, well, yeah, Duolingo legitimately isn't shy about what its feature sets are behind. So what am I going to do? I'm going to listen and read stories elsewhere. Do I have to pay for it? Trust me, if you're someone like me, I didn't become what I am today by not being crafty in making the most out of the least amount of things. Like, if I had to create art program, like great art, I don't start with paying for my convenience. I start by being crafty and using the tools I have. Duolingo is a tool that you start here. That's like, if I had to say a recommendation, what is the lowest barrier of entry? Duolingo. It's the lowest barrier of entry. If you can't get a person to start, dangling premium stuff, making empty promises, and obligating them to a subscription service, that is doing what video games do. Ironically, very ironically, but with none of the entertainment, with none of the upfront instant gratification. So when you buy a subscription with LingQ, you're not going to get that instant gratification that video games have, and you lock that person into buyer's remorse immediately. So the trade-off is it obligates the person, so that's a really strong artificial motivator, right? Duolingo has no artificial motivator. So yes, it doesn't help you develop motivation. You actually have to invest to develop the motivation, right? So that's one of the weakest parts of Duolingo right now, but they have to design so many things to create free motivation. Like, what I mean is not obligated cost motivation. That is so difficult. I mean, the whole live service game industry still has yet to create. There are standouts. What I mean is to standardize what is required to create just the amount of motivation when the cost of something is $0. When you get zero, it's a bad and a good thing for those who care, right, about it. I personally do not, because I make my choices based on the pragmatic use of it. However, emotional people, when they're more emotionally intelligent, I'm not that emotionally intelligent, by the way. I try to be. Generally speaking, when you have $0, it's a double edge. It lowers the barrier, and it also means you sacrifice the least. So Duolingo gains a lot of people just as fast as it probably loses people, because there's no obligation. When you fork over $19 in LingQ right away, it's like, oh yeah, I'm going pro, all in. You've already set a mindset and you're already invested in the value. That's how subscription services work. You buy a subscription to Netflix, you better get your money's worth. That's how that works. So Duolingo has an uphill battle, but the uphill battle is like the smallest step possible. So if I had to encourage someone to learn a new language, I pep them up myself as an instructor, and then they take the first steps, right? And the first steps are the smallest possible. It's kind of like someone, it's kind of like a like a personal trainer come in and say, oh yeah, you got to do 10 push-ups. Do 10 push-ups in 1 month. And you're looking at someone who's like 250 pounds and haven't ever done a push-up in their life. And you expect them to start by thinking they're going to do 10 push-ups. That's, in my opinion, why formal education fails a lot of times. The kids already quit before they even start. Adults say, nah, not a chance, before they even start. No commitments first. Duolingo starts with no commitments first, as opposed to all commitments. And I feel the more I watch YouTube, the more the psychological mindset in starting they just leap over it. Most people are like, I'm a polyglot, or however you say, polyglot or something. I do this, and they just leap over how to get there. And it's all the power to them. However, they're in a position that can no longer empathize with someone who can't, live in a world where one language is sufficient, right? That's kind of my thoughts. Some of my thoughts, anyways. And sooner or later, I'm going to leave that sphere too, right? If I continue to do this, it's going to be harder and harder for me to empathize. I try my best to stay level-headed. The human condition. When you start breathing in the human condition, you forget a lot of times how it feels to start again, or where you're starting again. You may never have started there. A person who speaks a lot of languages and learned a lot of languages probably still started at a higher level of motivation and mindset than someone who genuinely is satisfied with one language. So that kind of thing. I don't know. Just my ramblings. People have different ways of learning, I'm just saying. And I noticed that most of the pro-profit applications, like if you're asking for, a lot of people talk about motivations, like what are designs that give you a lens into developers? That's what I usually play video games for. What is the developer telling me? What kind of developer would make these game choices and design choices? Well, in Duolingo, if you compare it to everyone else, Duolingo is the least pro-profit language app. So ask yourself, what obstacles do the least pro-profit language app have to overcome versus the design choices in a premium service that offers everything, also charges you to fund all those everything? Well, you get what you pay for, and I absolutely agree. Here you go, 0 commitments. This is what you get for 0 commitments. And I think they've done an excellent job. Excellent job. Obviously, I'm supplementing a ton. Like, I'm providing my own motivations. I'm providing my own... There are a lot of things I'm providing that I'm bringing to Duolingo. And I don't think those come naturally to most people. Sometimes people hate products for something that they are entitled to or privileged to because they already spent money on them. And somehow it transitions, that type of, in my opinion, that type of snobbery transitions to products that are completely free. Like, just so completely free that they can make an artificial argument that once anything monetized comes up, it's some sort of incredibly backlashed like feature or predatory. Like, have you seen premium software before? Because in my opinion, it would be nice to expose yourself to the range of aggressive pricing. And language is a fantastic thing. And I personally do find the CEO of Duolingo incredibly charismatic. I mean, he is a businessman as well. However, the vision is so much clearer on Duolingo than seeing all these other competing places. So far. And it's wonderful to hear all these competing things, because then I get to see them, right? Anyways, let's go in, get some stuff done. Oh, that's due. There's a lot of junk in the trunk here. Sorry. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of a Segway. This reminds me of a Segway. All right. I was a little rude there. This reminds me of a Segway. Yeah, American kanji. That's it. This is a Segway. I'm looking forward to what this means. Wait, what is it?
Furui.
Furui. What could that mean? Furui. Let's find out. Furui. Okay, furui.
Furui.
Oh, we got 4 extra kanji already. Ooh.
Furui.
Furui. Okay.
Furui.
Fuku. Okay, fuku kind of looks like clothing. Sure. Chihu. Chihu. Oh wait, we got that from the hirakana section. We got that from the hirakana section. And then yon.
服
Fu. Fu. Yeah, fuku. Fu. And then yeah, chifu. Chifu. Wait. If I put those two kanjis together, we have chi, right? Or nana. Or no, not jewel. No, Jew. That reminds me of kuchi. Kuchi or something. What does that mean? Indie. Because that like big box kanji kind of reminds me of kuchi. And then that cross kind of reminds me of Jew. Right? So Jukuchi? I don't know. Oh wait. If you turn it on its side, it looks like a Segway. The Segway we just got. Hold up. Hold up. So like my thoughts, right? My thoughts. It's the part of the kanji. Oh, okay. So you wrote this, right? Which this kind of reminds me of Jew, right? And Jew. And this part reminds me of, well, the first part that I learned was Gucci, but Chi is mouth, which this kind of reminds me of that. And then when you turn it around, like you just turn it 90 degrees, it looks like, you know, whoops, I totally stroke order out. It looks like the Segway that we just got, which makes sense. I see what you mean. Where you just like turn this 90 degrees. That's so good. I like it. Good. Fair enough. Okay. Oh, that means old? Oh, okay. 10 mouths. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. It's gonna be hard for me to forget that now.
財布
Saifu. And then we have kazoku.
古い財布です
Furui.
古い
It makes sense. It does make sense. Wow. 10 mouths? 10 mouths for old? What the heck, man? Kind of reminds me of like 10 lifetimes. If you're a 10 lifetime person, you're old. Furui
財布
Saifu desu. How come this isn't
財布
Come on. You know, 10 lifetimes, 10 mouths to feed. Come on. If you have 10 mouths to feed, you are definitely old. Furui saifu desu. Okay. Wait. Oh, okay. So it's using an adjective, an old. It's an old wallet. Maybe that's what it means. That's true. Maybe that is what it means. Cause if I'm thinking of Asian, you know, like Asianese, old school Asianese, way back in the day, having 10 extended family members, you're goated. Like as a patriarch, like let's pick classical patriarchal societies. Yeah, don't Asians put two generations? Exactly. So if you put two generations together, right, as a single family, if you're the patriarch, right, old school ancient Asianese society, if you're the patriarch of two generations of people, you are old as heck. but you are a glorified, goated old person. My grandfather on my father's side, you know, during every birthday, he would have a family reunion, and he would have 2 to 3 generations of people that come. Like they would, you know, rope off sections of entire restaurant floor for his entire family. So that's kind of where I'm thinking of it by how old it is. If it's 10 mouths, all I can think about is like, man, imagine having a family with 10 mouths to feed. That's you're pretty old. if you're still around describing someone that has 10 mouths. Yeah. I think that's my original thought when you shared with me the kanji of that, the jukuchi kind of thing combined, slapped together. Okay, it's an old wallet. Got it. Old. Fudu. Okay, fudui. Okay, fudui. Fudui. Yeah.
古い
Fudui.
これは古いです
Oh, here's a funny thing. I've been watching YouTube constantly recommends like Japanese influencers, right? And I do like Dogen quite a lot. And sure enough, he it keeps recommending pitch accent things to me. So he did this skit with Hana and Hana, you know, Hana and Hana, right? And the whole joke was that Hana is still Hana in isolation. So it will always be Hana or Hana or Hana. It doesn't like either, but Hana, Hana, Hana. It's flower nose. And the whole skit just led to the idea that it just deals with context. So you'll only know due to the particle that it's added to a lot of times. So it just reminds me of, man, that's hilarious, because when you hear someone say the whole pizza, right? Which whole are we talking about? I don't think I've ever seen a whole pizza. Like a pizza with a hole in it. But I guess that might just be a donut. I'm just kidding. But, you know, homophones. Homophones. I also heard another funny one yesterday. That kind of looks like 8 with a mu. So the character that you, that kanji. Hold up. I gotta do this. So the kanji kind of looks like a hachi with a mu in it. So like this is the mu, and then this is the hachi. But it kind of looks like a shelter, like a roof over some, like an enclosure, right? Oh, like whatever it is. If you read this kanji vertically, it's ham. Oh. Is it? Ku. I don't know what this is. Oh, if you read it vertically. Oh, just do it this way. I see. Read it separately, right? Whoops. That's ham? Oh, interesting. Well, now I know ham. Yeah, so the hachimu? Hachimu is ham? That's interesting. What does it actually mean? The full kanji. Don't you like, if it's like a slaughterhouse or something, that'd be really dark. That'd be really dark. Public. Oh, public. Okay. Okay, not as dark. Not as dark. Ham. Public ham. Interesting. How would you connect that? Public ham. Just like that, actually. Now when I think of ham, I'll think of public. Thanks.
これは古いです。
これは古いです。古いです。It's usually seen in public. Is that bathroom? Is that the kanji for bathroom or something? Or bath? Bath or bathroom? Wow, that kanji just looks like a block of white at this point. Public garden or public park. Okay. Oh, it does look like a park. Actually, it looks like a top-down look of a garden, like a garden arrangement layout or park. I see. Usually when I think of public, especially in Japanese, I immediately think of either bathrooms, bathhouses. I forgot about parks and gardens. But yes, that would probably be a further third. But I usually think of public baths and bathrooms. Used quite a lot in discussions. Okay, I guess they also have the word for community. It could be like community bathhouses. I don't know if it uses the same kanji. Like public and community.
これは古いです。
これは古いです。This is old. You know what? Did they do this on purpose? I think this is a coincidence, but they picked the older ladies section to introduce the word old. I'm just saying. Maku-san, konnichiwa. Oh, wait, why? Oh, those are the oma. So, then, wait. Old, then, Kiramaska? Kimaska? Den Kimaska? That's not right. Oh, that's... Hey, day... Yeah, you should speak to me. Hey, Lotus, can you tell me what the last one is? You're asking me a question, or how am I doing? Is that how am I doing? Oh, Genki? Oh, Genki. Oh, it's Genki, right. Ge. Oh, Genki, how am I doing? Yeah. By the context clue, I imagine it was how am I doing, because of Kimaska. The Maska just be like, oh yeah, okay. Oh, Genki. Thanks. Are you healthy? Oh, I'm doing pretty well. How are you? How are you? I suppose it'd be also Ogenki desu ka? Konnichiwa. Ogenki desu ka? We just had a fun conversation here and there, so didn't miss too much. Today's a half day, so I got like 2 hours left to farm some kanji. We just got the kanji for old. Furu. Or furui, technically. Furui, old. And then the kanji character for furu.
私の服はダサいです。
私の服 Gu. Oh yeah, that's right, clothing. Gu wa
ダサい。
dasai. Ooh. Okay, dasai. Hideous, uncool, unfashionable. I guess that's the opposite of I don't remember the word for fashionable. It'll come back to me. We can finally relate dasai with that word. I want to say Asogashi? Nah. It'll come back to me. Dasai.
ダサい
Why does that look... Oh, it's because it's extended too far. Yeah, that's detached. That's why it doesn't look like a character. It's... Yeah, it's ta... Yeah, okay. I still have to get used to this font. The font slightly changed. So now the lines are... The last stroke is really close to the first stroke. Strained my shoulder working out yesterday, but that's okay. Seems like you're picking up a lot. Oh yeah, I am. I hope your strained shoulders, you say it's okay? Alright. As long as you didn't pull, like, hopefully no muscle damage, right? Just a little too heavy? Or a little too hard? Went a little too hard? Hopefully you're okay. Recovering well. Sounds like you're working hard. 私の服はダサいです。What language ダサい?
ダサい
True. That's true. What language was it inherited from? Dasai. Because it's in katakana. I'm trying to think of the Mandarin. It's kinda close in Mandarin. Kinda. But I can't like articulate it really well. Now I'm thinking of Fuchanese because that's the only way I can. Oh no, I don't even think that word that I'm thinking of is considered hideous. Asai. I can only think of like yangai. Or yeah, I the closest I can get is like yangai. I could ask someone what hideous is in Dutch. I don't remember who else visited Japan before Americans. I see. Yeah, dasai. What does that sound like though? Yangai is not. It's not hideous. It's yangai is two things. It's very bad. Yeah, ngai. Or broken, very broken or something. Or it's just very bad in general. So yangai. That's the closest that it makes me think of. But dasai. Interesting. That's a lot of oh man.
ダサい
When we get to like looking at katakana, we really should do some deep dives into where the roots of these borrowed words are. It's one of my favorite things. One of the fun parts of cognates and stuff in other languages, right? Like for Spanish, there's a lot of cognates, right? But oftentimes the cognates that stick out are the English cognate, right? However, occasionally you get like other cognates, and it's great. English language has a lot of cognates too, right? And I use them quite a bit, like nonchalantly use them, if you will, Indy. Sorry, I had to do it. You know, nonchalantly use those terms. What am I studying? Ben, I am... Oh, good luck. Oh, good luck with my son. Thanks. What are you doing? What are you studying? What you call it? So nonchalant, right? Nonchalant. Or you do the whole croissant. Like I can't do it. I can't do that guttural like croissant. Croissant. English has a lot of cognates, and that's kind of funny too. So katakana is like the closest thing we can get to cognates. All right. Let's see. Watashi no... I did some quick research, and I think it's just katakana for emphasize. Emphasize. Okay, so they do that sometimes with like, oh, kakoi or other words. Oh, okay. So they wanted to emphasize dasai. So dasai was a hirakana, but they use it to be emphasized. Well, we know it. Well, that's not true. That's not true. That it doesn't have to be. It could be two phrases. Because baste is katakana with a kanji. So it could have been one phrase put together. So well, you wouldn't know just because it's the e means
Dasai.
it's not borrowed. Like e might not be borrowed. For sure. E is not borrowed, is hirakana, for sure. But in this, at least in Duolingo, baste is bus, borrowed, and stop, not borrowed. So there are examples where you have two words fit into one phrase. So in this way,
ダサい
not to say that they're not one word or two words when you learn it. Yeah. So remember that
ダサい
I'm learning these things. So it's not guaranteed that they're two words. Yes, and I know that there's an inside joke. Indy pointed out that the hirakana, it will eventually become a kanji, but I didn't get to the kanji yet. But so what you said is inaccurate in the way Duolingo
ダサい
presents, because e could be a separate word. I mean, I know it's the word hideous, but the root of the katakana and the hiragana could end up being two words. So there's no guarantee that just because it has hiragana, it's not a borrowed word. Well, the e is not a borrowed word. I agree with that. But the phrase itself may not necessarily be not borrowed. At least we have an example that in which it is not. Okay, so watashi no fuku wa, based on that, I imagine you're studying Japanese then, or are you doing some other language and Japanese is your first language? Or maybe your first two languages. What are you studying, Ben? You study Japanese? I see. Well, currently, I'm going to use the English word, I'm learning Japanese at the moment. I have yet to study these words because this is my unit. Oh, I see, Ben. You also have clever. Yes, that's what I was alluding to. So I see. You also make an distinction between the word study, right? Right now, I'm currently learning Japanese. I'm not quite in the phase of studying Japanese. You just read and watch stuff? That's fantastic. I read and watch stuff when I'm not streaming. At the moment. And by read, enjoying, immersing, right? And then watch stuff, immersing and stuff. Right now, I'm just learning. So, where it's more fun that way, in your opinion, fair enough. My personal take on it is both. It's negligible to me whether one is funner than the other, because I can make them all equally fun, and it's in my power to make them all equally. So my answer, in my opinion, is both, or all of the above. And for us, we're making it fun because Indy and we spent a lot of time just guessing and brainstorming without prior knowledge, and that makes the learning process fun. So we make up stories too, and it can be entirely inaccurate. Largely, we're not focused on accuracy, but just building memories. Like Motown, we're still in Motown. Oh, indie. I think I've moved on from Motown. Now it's more about the now it's all about the GGs. You know, the GG boys. The G boys. Because I really heckin' still struggle with like Shichiji, or Shichiji. Yeah, Shichiji or Ichiji. Heckin' G-Town. Alright. It's an inside joke. Yeah, the G boys. The G-Sty boys? Come on. The G-Sty boys? You can't pass that up. G-Sty boys. You can't say words with do, do, yeah, or Ryu, yeah, Ryu, no, Ryu, yeah, Ryu. Beastie Boys, man. Beastie Boys. How can you not have seen that? Or the Bee Gees? Come on, indie, get cultured. The Bee Gees. It writes itself. Come on. You hit me up with the Motown and you missed Beastie Boys and Bee Gees. Disappointing, indie. You gotta be on your game. The Bee Gees. Oh, just as a background, Ben, the particle mo, right? The particle mo for like also and stuff. I get it. I miss it all the time. It's like happens all the time. So we made a joke about like always missing the mo. So we just started just throwing a bunch of puns everywhere to remind us of like never forget the Motown, you know. No more, no mo messing on mo's, right? Or getting cod, hecking cod. This is to me essential to making learning fun. Essential to making learning fun. You gotta make up stories. It'll make you never forget things. My brain just gets fried on. Wow, that's a lot of lines. Something ka. I meant roku in my above comment. Riku. No, Roku. Yeah. Ryoku. Ryoku, sorry. Ryoku. What does Ryoku mean? Do I know what Ryoku? What do you use Ryoku for? And man, that is a power or strength. Okay, I see. So here's a question, Ben Zerka. It sounds like you have. I'm guessing you're into. Do you like Berserk by any chance? I mean, you've just introduced me with like power and strength, and sounds like Ben might be either a nickname or a first name, and then it's a play on Zerk, like Berserk, and then the GG would remind me you're most definitely probably a gamer of some sort, but I could be reading into it too much, but just curious. Berserk, you know, Berserk, wonderful manga. If you read and watch Japanese, gotta come across Berserk at some point. I'm not actually watching and reading all of Berserk, but that's close enough. Fair enough. Just curious. Because the name, right? I'm talking about more about your name's origin or inspiration. Not really whether you're literally doing the thing. Just the idea of Berserk reminds me of like shonen. Just shonen in general. You know, throw in Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't know. I guess My Hero Academia is like right now. A Demon Slayer, right? Berserk does come from that general class of warrior. Yeah. So you can just throw in all the shonens that feature a berserk class or a warrior class, and you got plenty of them in shonens. When you have fight animes, you're definitely gonna have to include a berserk class. And then gaming in general, berserk class. You saw the new Demon Slayer movie and it was so sad because the first one was really good. The new Demon Slayer movie, the third one after the Entertainment District. I haven't actually seen it yet, but the third one after the Entertainment District, right? With the guy. It was so bad. Huh. As in relatively speaking, or was there some sort of really blatant weakness in terms of standards? All right, and then I'll continue to learn this stuff.
ダサい
Dasai. Watashi no my... Really? Wait.
服
My hideous clothes. My clothes are hideous? Why would I need to say this? Watashi no fuku wa dasai desu. What the heck? I think Duolingo is being very dark right now. I'm not getting mode, right? They could say watashi mo. Oh no, wait. How does that even work? Oh, I guess, would it work that way? Well, no, later. Because you want to be humble and people are like... dasai.
ダサい
Okay.
このコートはダサいです
Kono? Okay. Kono koto. Koto wa dasai desu. Oh no. This is actually one of the few times. This is actually one of the few times that Duolingo is teaching. Like, if you're measuring, right? If you're measuring all the vocabulary, I think 80% of the current vocabulary are positive or in the affirmative. And then the other 20% are in the negation or the negative. And this is one next to urusai, right? Urusai and dasai now. But overall, the vast majority of the vocab is in the affirmative or the positive, which makes these words stand out a lot, especially urusai. Yeah, technically you won't actually use negative words. Yeah. Yeah, it was the third movie. I'll summarize the movie with 15 minutes straight of people saying, I'm glad. Fair enough. Because they don't actually mean negative. Yeah, they don't actually mean negative things. That's why I like about this language. It's always constantly in the affirmative, right? In the affirmative tense. As in, even when you're saying something that is hideous, it's more like, that's disagreeable. Like, when I think about they're using the word hideous, I think they're going for more of a word like, oh, I find that disagreeable. Like, my clothes is rather disagreeable, as opposed to my clothes is butt ugly and I need to burn it. It's a dumpster fire. It's hideous. I feel like this word took a little bit, hit a little harder than usual. Because when you say urusai, they use the word noisy, and that's okay. Noisy is better than obnoxious, right? It did say annoying near the bottom, but hideous?
ダ
Dude,
サい
that's a big leap. You know, things like, yeah, and then they use the negation to make it negate something that's positive so that it's less negative, right? It's like, I hate that, instead of, it's not my favorite. Curious. I think Duolingo does select a lot of positive forward things in general, like for the English translation, right? So, hideous is just, what the heck is this? Wait, whoa. I already told you about my Duolingo's constant use of contractions, but N apostrophe T. Like don't? Like do not? Whoa, 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 whoa. Are you telling me later I'm gonna get do and then I have to add an N apostrophe T to the end? Whoa, whoa. Out of hand. Absolutely out of hand. That's crossing the line. That's absolutely or like won't. Oh wait, you can't even do whoa separately. Like why would you? That's so true. It should just be not. Yeah. Funny enough, they don't teach that anymore. Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Just as an English lesson, one of the really funny things, one of the incredibly interesting effects about English is that the moment you stop using contractions, we hear contractions so much in common speech. The moment you stop using contractions, you'll find that many people pay more attention to you. I know how this sounds, but it's not necessarily because you sound more articulate or your vocabulary expanded or anything like that. It just sounds like you spent more time articulating, and people take notice because it's abnormal. It is abnormal. So notice how I said it's abnormal, and then when I say it is abnormal, you inherently draw more attention to yourself. So if you're ever wondering how to like try to get someone's attention without necessarily expanding your English vocabulary, or sounding articulate without necessarily expanding how you articulate words, just speak without contractions, and immediately someone will notice, why does your speech feel different? Remove contractions from your speech for temporarily. There's always a time and place for contractions, right? Sentences like won't you go, aren't you going to swim, aren't you going to swim? That makes sense. I wouldn't say negation. Indy, you changed my mind. I actually think you should include this. Because honestly, I would use contractions. Here, it might not be what you're thinking, but when you said, aren't you going to swim? If I had to say the negation of something I'm going to say, I would contract it because it makes it less negative. To me, it makes it sound less negative. And it sounds less awkward, right? For example, let's vocalize this. Aren't you going to swim? Are not you going to swim? That sounds so weird. So weird. So that's fair enough. Most of the time I would say something different instead of asking aren't you going to swim? Are you going to swim? That's it. It's the same thing. It's redundant. So when you ask, are you going to swim? It's implied you're asking. Yeah, are you not? Right. That's what I mean, right? Instead of asking, are you not going to swim? Just ask, are you going to swim? It's one of the weird double negation emphasis things that I was talking about. And I love that you picked that example. As a Native American speaker, I don't know about British people, but in the United States, it's very common to emphasize a challenge or a question by using the negation. So instead of saying, are you going to swim, period, in the affirmative, are you going to swim, which sounds positive and empowering, most people ask what you're not going to do. Are you not going to swim? And it becomes negative. And it's a challenge. And it becomes like a suspect. It doubts the person's motivations. So oftentimes a lot of people do respond to that. Like, oh, are you saying I'm not going to? And then go to swim. But generally speaking, if you're in a public place and you want to sound very encouraging and motivating, you just use the affirmative in general. And it still has implied the same type of literal meaning, right? Literal pragmatism. However, you are saying something positive now. Are you going to swim? As opposed to, are you not going to swim? They actually functionally and literally in English serve the same response. Emotionally, it does not have the same response. When someone asks you, are you going to swim tomorrow? As opposed to, are you not going to swim tomorrow? One is inherently doubtful, and the other one is incredibly encouraging, or like trying to get someone to swim, as opposed to challenging them and doing like reverse psychology and stuff. And American idioms and stuff tend to emphasize the not, as in like, I bet you can't do it. Right? I bet you can't do it. Instead of saying, are you going to do it? The one is softer than the other. I bet, like, you can't do it versus can you do it? Right? Can't do it. You can't do it versus can you do it? Very different. Very, very different. The moment, in my opinion, it's also the whole contraction thing. Since in the United States, in my opinion, most people use emphasis by using the negation. If you flip it on its head, people will remember you. They will notice that, wait a minute, why do you sound different? Why do you keep telling me things I can do as opposed to things I can't do? Right there. Just, if you, effective teachers and coach, don't remind you of what you can't do or not going to do. They're asking you if you can or would or should do it. Just remove the negations. And that's one of the biggest language swaps that can determine, in my opinion, when I speak to someone like a stranger, definitely gives away who is an educator versus who is not. As an educator, you do not go around and say what they can, what they can't do, or would not be able to do, or likely fail to do. You're asking them if they can succeed, what they are able to do to get to things. That's a great example. At least I haven't hit lessons that you wait. Masenga? Is that how you say aren't? Just like aren't implicit? Masenga? Oh, yet? Wait. Oh, no. Yeah, Masenga? Interesting. Anyways, I love talk. This stuff we could talk forever, and I would learn. I would literally learn nothing but like Japanese. But it's still that's why I learned Japanese for. I think Japanese is typically a very polite language. Like the habitualness, the way they emphasize just makes it all polite. They always prioritize affirmative stuff. Affirmative stuff is great. They're go-getters. Yeah, it's a negative ending for mas. Oh, okay. So in place of masu. I see. The question at the end flips the sentence to read like you were talking about. Okay, I got it. Yeah. I see. Yeah. Kind of like a little bit of Janitis, right? A little bit, not the same way, but it flips the des. Yomi ma. Oh, okay. Yomi man masen. Oh, yomi masen. Oh, that makes sense. I got it. Okay, I got it. Nice. I like how your IEs are capitalized because it's clearly you're using the Japanese input. So IE is in caps with periods. Sorry.
この
I don't mean to make you insecure about your IEs. Now that we know how to type in Japanese input.
コー
Anyways.
ト
Koto. Koto, koto wa, sono, kono koto wa dasai desu. Okay. This is, wait. Koto wa, this coat is hideous. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Come on. It's not that bad. It can't be that bad.
このコートはちょっと
Kono koto wa choto.
はちょっと
What? Choto? Oh my gosh. Wait. Choto. Wait, how does this work with chotomate? What does the phrase chotomate mean then? Because if it's choto, right, I don't really like, kind of, doesn't work very well. How does it modify chotomate? Japanese impotism. Wait, are you calling indie impotent? Get it? Get it? Waka waka. Sorry, that's kind of a dark joke, actually. Japanese impotism. Are you calling him an impotent? Or are you calling him impotent? English thing. That's an English joke. Sorry. My favorite thing about the Japanese iOS keyboard, it still has emoticons. Oh, like the A6 things. Yeah. Oh man. Okay, this one, real talk though. The one that I use to this day, I use it all the time. If someone ever sees me type things in like Discord and stuff, no matter what, and I know Fictitious is gonna say this, I generally use this and then this all the time. Like my keyboard actually double actuates on these keys. Like the first keys that goes off in my keyboard, the first keys that double actuates are actually these two. The less than and greater sign, because these are also periods and commas, and I use ellipses, ellipses all the time with the space. By the way, I use ellipses with the space. It's technically, this is me being a snob about typing and stuff, but in ellipses it's not three next to each other. In my opinion, it's period, space, period, space. And then, another space. And then, I when I type, I actually put two spaces at the end of periods because of the OG like literary convention. So you actually put two spaces into the next one. Just, I don't type in complete sentences anymore, but that. And so I use this a lot. And kind of, the other one was Kirby, right? So here's Kirby. Wait. Whoops. Yeah, like you do this, right? Whenever you get like really frisky, you do this. And then you put something here like, I don't know. Hi. Right? Hi. And then you end it with I promise you, this is related to Japanese because this only happened because I was exposed to Japanese. Japanese like convos early on in my time. It didn't come from English. Like this stuff is totally a product of Japanese culture. So for me, anyways. So this is relevant to learning Japanese. You must know. You must know this stuff. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. But yes. Wait a bit. Choto just means a little. Oh,
ちょっ
choto.
と
Oh, okay. Fair enough. This works on Japanese input modes, I believe. Typing stuff like yo, owl, you'll be able to tab through a bunch of faces. Ah, interesting. Interesting. Okay, so choto means a little. Interesting.
この
Kono koto wa choto. With 3 dots? Oh man, that's triggering my ellipses, but I'll excuse this for Japanese. I'll excuse this for Japanese. I mean, there's a lack of spacing in general, but I'll excuse that. My English senses are tingling. Okay. Kono koto wa choto.
はちょっと
Why are you telling me to say these things now? I don't like this code. Why are you teaching me these phrases? You're so smiley too. Why are you teaching me these phrases?
はちょっと
Oh, do you have to add really? Really?
はちょっと
Huh.
この財布はちょっと
Okay.
この
Kono saifu
財布
wa choto.
はちょっと
I don't really like this wallet ... Yeah, I think translates literally this code is a little, oh, I see. Like a little interesting, you know, like a little interesting. In this context, it would mean this code is a bit much. Ah, I see. I was going to use a little quirky, you know. You'll hear choto ending sentence quite a lot in anime. Yeah, I do. That's why I was asking the questions about choto. It's kind of like the word I would use in this in English, the English translation is this code is interesting. ... Right? It's interesting. ... It would carry the same sentiment of it's a bit much, it's a little, it's interesting. That would be like the polite way of how I would execute the ... the ellipses. It's a little preponderous. It might be used for positive things, but I've only seen it used negatively. Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, the most common phrase that happens a lot when you're watching slice of life anime is "Choto mateo," "Choto mate," and then they just add the extra yo at the end. Sometimes "Choto mate." And it's always, you know, a brazen guy bolting forward while the damsel, arguably the damsel in distress, is running after the brazen mill character, right? Enough said. Okay. Fuku.
服
Fuku. Of course you would do that. Fuku. Okay, I gotta remember that. Fuku. Yoku.
よく
Yoku. Really? Newsu?
ニュース
Okay. Han?
本
Hon. Sorry, hon. My bad.
私
Watashi.
この白い帽子はちょっと
Oh, you know what? If you flip hon upside down, it kind of sort. Nah, it's not close enough. I was like, if you flipped hon exactly 180 degrees, it's kind of close. It's not really. Nah, it's not close enough. It's not close enough to hun. Hun, by the way, here's another fun thing, I guess. Hun, the way I remember hun, right, whoops, I don't want to talk about it. No, wait, I don't want to talk about it. So the way I remember hun, it's the top side of the tablet. Top side of the tablet is rough. So hun, right? If you add one more stroke, it looks like a pile of poo. Like a smelly pile of poo. And that's how I remember hun. So let me help you with something. If you add little ovals, right? There you go. Congrats, guys. It's a smelly pile of poo. Perfectly omblur, you know, like with this just kanji things. Yep, just kanji things. These stories will be super useful later when you combine. Yeah, look at this. I mean, okay. Here you go, guys. You don't have to think of it as poo, but it's clearly poo. But secondarily, you could think of it as like a cookie. Have you guys ever had what you call it? What are they called? Snickerdoodles? Snickerdoodles? I think that's what they're called. Where there's this part is the Hershey Kiss. It's a side profile, and then this is the double layers of cookie, the crust, the outside, and then the second layer of dough, right? Cookie dough, and then that's the Hershey Kiss. Sorry. All right. We're done. We need to stop digressing. Yeah, hun. Depending on what you think about it, it could be a smelly pile of poo with flies around, you know, or like the stinky wavy lines. Not quite wavy, but
この白い帽子はちょっと
okay. I heard
この
Kono Shiroi, right? Or no, maybe I didn't. Oh, yeah, I heard
Shiroi.
Shiroi. Boshi. I heard Boshi
Boshi?
too, but Boshi something else.
この白い帽子はちょっと
Really?
はちょっとこの白い帽子はちょっと
Really? I don't like this white coat. Boy. Or hat, sorry. Hat. I don't like this white hat. I don't really like this white hat. I'm gonna get don't really'd. I just can't imagine. I'm gonna get really'd. I'm gonna get reeled. For real. I'm gonna really get reeled by not including the word really in this when we translate in English. This code is old. Okay. So,
この
このコートは
古い
古いです。
です。
古いです。My wallet is hideous. Okay. 私の財布はダサいです。Right, our newest word, right? 私の財布はダサいです。 Da da. Da da. All right. What else we
新
got?
しい新しい
Atarashi. Atara. Oh, wait. Tada?
新しい新しい
Atara. Okay. Atarashi. Atara. I don't know. That left character really does look like a birdhouse. Or one of those like squirrel feeder or bird feeder houses. Or it kind of looks like a tree house. A legitimate tree house. You put the house on top of the tree. Key. You put a house on top of key. And then the right hand kind of looks like a watchtower. So it's part of a watchtower where you have the ladder going up to the watchtower. It's kind of cut off though. Like you have to imagine the rest of the watchtower. Okay. Ju.
10
Juni.
12
Our Segway. Our old Segway. You know, the 10 mouths to feed, right? Old Segway. What is it? Hurui.
古い
Segway. 10 mouths to feed. Long story short. Ji.
じ
The only way I remember G is you're wasting time writing this kanji. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Sorry. That was kind of insensitive. Because think about what it's replacing. Like what I mean is, like just think about G and G, right? In the kana, like boy. Speaking of time, my friends. Speaking of time. You write this instead of this. Time, man. Time. Okay. Yeah. Atarashi.
新しい
Atarashi. Okay. Okay. Atarashi.
新しい
Did you start 21 days ago from nothing? Yes. I mean, I had ear training, right? I watched Japanese and stuff like that. So there's ear training. But other than that, no. Yeah. 21 days. Atarashi.
新しい
Atarashi.
新しい
Alright. Oh. Is that supposed to be a skirt? Oh yeah, that is supposed to be a skirt. Sukato. Oh, sukato. Yeah, that's close to skirt, I guess. Why isn't it chiquito instead? Or sukuruto. Sukirito. That's not really close to skirt. Alright, fine, I'll take it. Scato.
スカート
Scato. Oh, wait. It's not a pause, my bad. It's a hold. Scato. I almost feel like it sounds closer if it's ski, right? Skito. Or skiruto. How you get No, I guess it's tough getting the okay. Scato.
スカート
Yeah, scato. Or scato. The whole like isolated uptone thing that this speaker has. Oh, there's the Tishatsu. Oh no, not Tishatsu. It's yeah, Tishatsu. T-shirt.
T シャツ
Yeah, T-shirt.
スカート
Okay. Scato.
T シャツ
T-shirt.
かわいい靴が欲しいです。
Okay. Kawaii, kawaii kutsu. Oh yeah. Kawaii kutsu. What the? Okay. Gamashi desu. Gamashi desu. Gamashi desu.
が欲しいです。
Gaho. Whoops. That's ho. My bad. Gahoshi desu. Whoops. And they combined it into a single phrase, huh? Okay. Gamoshi desu. Okay. Alright. So, kawaii kutsu. Kawaii kutsu. Gamoi desu. Gamoshi desu. Gamoshi. Oh, wait.
が欲しいです。
That whole phrase is want? Interesting. I want. Wait. I want cute shoes? I know just Hoshi is. I know just Hoshi is. Is just want. However, des implies who wants, so it's a modifier of want, and then ga, in my opinion, is probably the particle connecting the kawaii kutsu, or like the modifier for the direct object. So the whole phrase is required to express this. It's what Duolingo does quite a lot. And we didn't get to the grammar section yet, right? So all of this is just pattern recognition right now. Yeah. I want cute shoes. I don't know about cute shoes. Sometimes I want loud shoes. Why do you think Des is telling you about who? No, where it's a modifier of the subject's want. Like, it's telling tense of the subject. So it's giving you the I want. Not telling you literally who. Because it could be he wants cute shoes or she wants cute shoes. It's modifying the object of the want. It's a direct object designator, at least to me, at the moment. That's how I organize it in my head, anyways. It's how I organize the sentence at the moment.
新しい靴が欲しいです
With no grammar training, obviously. Adarashi kutsu ga hoshii desu. Although, now that you're saying it's hoshi, it's a lot easier to break up the words. So, atarashi kutsu ga hoshi desu. It's not... I would disagree that it's just making it polite, but that's fair. If you want to think of that way. It's not going to help you with translating into English, though. Like, it's gonna be a little struggle that way. But I agree with you. One of the purpose is that it's making it polite. The word just, I disagree with. Just is not what I would use. It's a very big Americanism to just simplify. Right? Just simplify. But I agree with you. It makes it polite. I don't agree with you that it just makes it polite. Atarashi kutsu ga hoshi desu. Yeah, so now we can group them properly. If hoshi means you say want, then you can separate them. Don't want to derail, but I have a tip for pronunciation. Are you interested? Not particularly. No, not yet. Not yet. We are not at the point of focusing on pronunciation. We are at the point of imitation because we're learning these phrases. You think what is the meaning difference between I wouldn't be able to know because I'm still learning? So yeah. In that case, you just gave me an example of including des or not. It's just politeness. Yeah, in that example, for sure. Yeah, for sure. I agree with you. I'm glad you can find an example that supports your case. I agree with you. Also, you're not American. You don't have to be American to have an Americanism. Ben Zerka. It's kind of like saying you have to be Japanese to speak Japanese. You have an Americanism, is what I'm saying. When you use the just making it polite. That's an Americanism. Atara, I'm not calling you American. That's an inference. Because when you use just, most people just say it means it's making it polite. A lot of times when you try to oversimplify in the internet culture, right? Mostly American English. When you say just things, I've talked about this a lot. It makes it that simple. And it really isn't. At least to me, it isn't. So that's an Americanism. Oversimplification. It's a matter of fact. It's just a matter of fact. So since you're not American, then I imagine your English comes from somewhere else. The internet, maybe? Okay. You are, to me, it's not your choice. And I disagree, it's literal. I mean, like, I know you're using it literally. That is the Americanism. Not using it literally would not be an Americanism. That's the whole point. So, yes, I agree with you that you're using it literally, and I also agree that it's an Americanism. It's both. You are literally using it as just, as opposed to figuratively. It's figurative to me because des means a lot more than just politeness. The literal concept is politeness for sure. Yes. Atarashi kutsu. What else does it mean? It helps me orient the sentence. Like I said, it helps me orient the sentence. I'm not saying that it does anything that it doesn't do for you. It helps me orient the sentence. This helps me anchor a sentence. For now. So when you tell me it's just this, it's not just this for me. That's what makes it an Americanism. If I told you I'm just right, then that's an Americanism. It's not that simple. I'll need an example because it literally just is. If the sentence doesn't have des for me, right? I will likely make an error. So it literally just isn't. It's figuratively just is. So on Duolingo, if I omit des, I can't in a lot of places. It doesn't literally have to be an error. It just doesn't accept it in a lot of places. Yeah, that's because Duolingo sucks. Good for you, man. Then good for you. Yeah. Just because it sucks doesn't mean it's literally just. Just saying. Like, get it? Just saying. Americanism. So while you have all the answers to your life, telling someone what the answers are for you, I agree with you. Whatever you said is correct for you. Now, if you could actually share a little bit of, what am I asking for? I suppose compromise? It's not for me. That's all I'm saying. Okay? I mean, you can make an ad hominem argument for Duolingo sucks. I'm all for it. I respect that you think Duolingo sucks. I use Duolingo. So I guess I use something that sucks. Sorry to disappoint. I imagine you inherited that politeness from not a Japanese culture by using a negation. Okay. 新しい靴が欲しいです。Okay. So, I
が欲しいです。
I want 新しい I've already forgotten.
新しい
New 新 Okay.
新しい
Newer. Interesting. I want new shoes. I was just trying to understand your viewpoint. You did not do that. I'm sorry. But you just said it anchors the sentence, but that doesn't make sense to me. So I asked for an example. And then you just made it more and more condescending to me by saying it's just literally this. And I answer your question, and then you repeat yourself and say because it literally just is. So how do you think I should respond to gaslighting? I mean, does it sound like I'm emotional? I suppose. I'm sorry if it making it sound like it's emotional. I was just trying to understand, in a sense, with and without des, what is the grammatical difference? There isn't. I told you I agree with you. You've illustrated your point pretty cogently, and I'm aware of that. So you gave me an example where there was des and no des. Because you were saying that you were using des in some way to anchor the sentence. Yeah, it's helping me figure out what the sentence is saying. Like, what does that mean? When des is there, it helps me anchor that I'm doing something. How? Because it's there. For now. How does it do that? By existing? I don't know. Like, I put des, it helps me think of pronouns. It helps me think of a subject. It's an association with the word des. It might not be an accurate association. That's probably what you're trying to insist. Like, oh, it doesn't actually mean that. It doesn't say who, but it helps me anchor who is doing the thing. Or what is it doing it to? It doesn't have to be accurate. I agree with you. It's just politeness. So are you trying to understand me? I don't know. But that's all I got for you. Can I choose to drop the des? Maybe. One day. Atarashi.
新しい。
この T シャツが欲しいです。
Kono T シャツ。この T シャツが欲しいです。
この T シャツが欲しいです。
この T シャツが欲しいです。
この T シャツが欲しいです。この T シャツが欲しいです。
Oh, then yeah. So, この T シャツが欲しいです。Okay. I want this t-shirt.
このカバンは可愛いですね。
Yeah, actually, because originally it seemed like you were actually associating some grammatical function to this, and as you have been learning for 21 days, I was curious where this thought process came from. Well, apparently, since you're understanding me so well, I suppose, you concluded that my explanation for anchoring is that Duolingo sucks. So I suppose I would have to gather the idea that you prefer to use ad hominem arguments by listening to what I'm saying. On another note, besides this conversation, I'm excited for you to learn. What does this mean?
ですね。
Des ne? Oh, ne. Oh, isn't it? Right. Wait. Isn't it? As in, hold up. Oh no. Gono ka. Aban wa. Ga. So there's the ga. There's the.
可愛いです。
Kawaii desu. Desu ne.
ですね。
Isn't. So.
可愛いです。
Okay. Okay. So, this isn't this. Oh, this kaban, this bag isn't cute. Imagine, Lotus, imagine going up to someone and say, this bag isn't cute. I don't know if any of you carry bags. But, yeah. So I guess in this case, you can say, according to Ben, if I understood correctly, I guess you could say, kono kaban wa kawaii ne. Lotus? Is that what I'm gathering by the whole desk? You could? I see. Interesting. What does that... So it would just say, this bag isn't cute. Rudely. Okay. Fair enough. Oh. It is asking it, isn't it? Oh, okay. So it's like, It's an open-ended, isn't it? I like it. So this is where my Americanism came in right here. This bag isn't cute. And this, and here's the true Americanism, which I'm going to illustrate here because I want to further my point. Most people say this bag just isn't cute. Yeah, technically it's something like, isn't this bag cute? But Duolingo doesn't want you to answer like that. Yeah, exactly. And it goes back to illustrating des, right? It goes back to illustrating des. So des is, this bag is cute, isn't it? Because it's a polite way of saying that. And I kind of prefer it that way, although it's in the passive voice. Twice it's in a passive voice. However, I will throw in the Americanism that I was talking about. This bag just isn't cute. When you put in just, it's a matter of fact. It's correct. It's literally. That's what Americanism is. So, this bag just isn't cute. That would be the literal, it's okay because it's true. That's what just means. It literally means that. As in, this bag just isn't cute. So when you go up to someone and say, this bag just isn't cute, you are gaslighting them. It's a very strong, this is the truth. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm trying to be understanding. This bag just isn't cute. I'm trying to be honest. It's okay. It's okay. I'm being honest by putting in the word just. That's what I mean by the whole thing. The Americanism is literally using the word just for the placement of, as a matter of fact, this is the only truth there is, and therefore I am trying to be understanding, and I cannot welcome other ideas. That's personally my take on the use of the word. You could go up to someone and say, this bag isn't cute, is less harsh than this bag just isn't cute. And they went one step ahead and made it even more polite by saying, this bag is cute, isn't it? Or you could use right with a question mark, like, right? Do you agree? This bag is cute. Do you agree? I prefer saying it that way. This bag is cute. Do you agree? Because it's in the affirmative, as opposed to isn't it, which is negative, a negation of what it is. And that comes off as negative. It barrels the person to agreeing or disagreeing with a negative spin. Yeah, just is definitely a subtle way of projecting one's opinion as the truth. It's an emphasis as opposed to asking for agreeability. And Japanese people, in my opinion, the word des is a way to suggest to an English speaker, in my opinion, again, that they're asking an open-ended question. They're not asking what is and isn't, as in like literally what is, like, oh, you are the end-all be-all opinion. And that's what I like about Japanese compared to English. And this is pretty good. I accept this. I think this is great, in my opinion. I like the way they phrase this. I imagine you would have to say it in Japanese differently. If it's do you agree this bag is cute? Or this bag is cute, do you agree? Is that a different phrase? I imagine you have to use a different expression for do you agree. It's something like that? Oh, okay. Okay, it's something like that. Okay. So, what was this? Isn't it? Oh, it's just nay?
Ne.
Nay. I love it. I'm gonna get nayed. Oh no, I'm gonna get nayed. I'm gonna get nayed in the knees. This is just like ka now. I'm gonna mess this up so much, just like ka. It's okay.
この新しい T シャツは可愛いですね。この新しい T シャツは可愛いですね。
Okay, alright, it's fine. Wait, is this the same as ne? As in, Yo coming up on Ne and Yo Town. Oh no. Oh, wait. Oh, that makes sense. So so is it the same as like when I hear sometimes they say Choto mate yo? They're adding yo to the end for something. And that's the same Yo Town you're referring to? And also, I have another question. In anime, when people say ne, is that the same ne? Yeah, yo is like seriously. Oh, chotomateo. I get it. Man, I'm spoiling so much of Japanese stuff. Thanks guys. And ne, when someone says ne, as in like just ne, out of nowhere, is it the same expression as adding ne to the end of your sentences? I know when I know it can come off as like right, ne, right, ne. Is that same ne, right? It's like wait a bit, won't you? Oh yeah, the choto mateo, right? Or wait a bit, huh?
この新しい T シャツはかわいいですね。この
Kono
は
wa i T シャツ T
T シャツ
T シャツkono wa T シャツ
この新しい T シャツはかわいいですね。
新しいkono wa atarashi T シャツですね。
この新しい T シャツはかわいいですね。
Oh, kawaii. Oh, yeah, okay. Fair enough.
かわいいですね。
Oh, man. This feels kind of at home. This definitely feels at home. It feels very, it feels closer to English. Asking, isn't it? So, kono wa atara, kono wa atarashi ishatsu kawaii desu ne. Yeah, that feels like home right there. Asking desu ne. It's like politely asking, isn't it? Oh, I can't use kono.
この新しい T シャツはかわいいですね。
Sorry. Wait, what?
この新しい T シャツはかわいいですね。
Sorry.
は
Yeah. No particle for kono. My bad. Yeah. No particle. My bad. Kono atara shi t-shirtsu kawaii desu ne. What was I saying? Oh yeah. This is much closer. Politely asking if something is or is not. We don't have this in English, but kono specifically attaches to something, usually a noun. We don't have this in English. It specifically attaches to a noun. You know what I'm gonna say about this, right? You know what I'm gonna say about this, right? Indie. So yeah, kore is general and kono is specific. True. Yes, because we don't distinguish between them. Yes. Agreed. My head did alarm bells hearing Kono wa. Yeah, weird how it's gotten to use that. Yeah, I understand. Like the moment you said kono is not used to that, I immediately thought I must have added a particle to kono. Yep, agreed. We do have this, but it's both general and specific. Yeah, yeah. So here's the funny part, right? The thing I have to say about that is the roles are reversed. It's pretty funny. In this case, English requires context, and Japanese is removed from context. You don't hear that very often, do you? Right? When it comes to this, these, those, the usage of those require context. So the words do not have those meanings, right? Fair enough. Although Duolingo has done it in a manner that they are separated by the words, right? So this and that are legitimately separated from these and those, which are 4 separate English words. And I agree with you that they have more uses. So this, these, and that, this and that, and these and those have more generalized uses than what Japanese use, probably. And for me, so far, Duolingo has compartmentalized them. So I only know that they are used for these occasions, and that's how I remember them. So I associate them with that. In English, I would have to think about the different times when this, that, these, those are used differently. So you could say, you can, when you say this, this, I don't know, this alone, right? This is, we still use this is. And then when you say this person, we still use the word this, right? This, now it's ascribed to a noun, this person. And then I would say it's more flexible, yes. This and that. All of them are both, I guess you could say, pronoun-ish. Are these considered pronoun? Like a different... What do you... Oh, demonstratives. That's right, demonstratives. I totally forgot that word. Demonstratives. This, that, these, those are demonstratives. They point towards people and things. And because they point to anything, like people and things, you don't need a separate... They're used in more cases interchangeably than Japanese. So you cannot use like sore, right, in this situation. You can't use sore. Well, actually you can, but you could use like sore wa here, right? So if you assign sore, it requires a particle. So like you could do
それはこの
this, right? Does that change the... Can you do that? I don't know if you can do that. Yeah, you can do this. But you can't do this, right? That's the point. You can't do this. You can't do sore without the particle. And that's the difference would be, yeah, exactly. The difference would be sore wa and sono.
この
Kono, sorry. Kono, sorry. Like, what I mean is this, these, instead of imagine like kono and sono, right? So yeah, they're more restrictive for sure. They're more restrictive. And then I disagree with you on the element that it doesn't exist. It does exist in English. It's just English includes all the usage of Japanese. So what I mean is Japanese is a smaller pool than English usage. So English is more flexible. But because we can translate it very easily, like this, that, these, those, and we can compartmentalize it like Duolingo did, you can still get away with the idea that English uses like this is only an expression of these. So English can, if you only use these in this usage case, then technically English only has this usage. However, English has more usage for these. So technically, English has the usage, but then has more on top of it, right? As in, it has even more uses than what they would typically use in Japanese. And I totally agree with that. Where like they had to designate an attachment. This, these, that, those is attached to a person or thing. It has to be attached to a noun. Where it is in your sentence and ideas can be anywhere. It can be magical, imaginary, right? But it is implying a noun. Yeah, absolutely. That's a great observation, actually. I actually like this better. To remember things. If I had to learn this, that, these, those, it would be less nebulous and spurious to learn this system first. Because the moment Lotus said he heard kono wa, he's like, something's wrong. And then the moment he told me that's not how you, like, kono cannot be used like that, I immediately knew what the problem was. And in English, you might not know what the problem is when you use this, that, these, those. For me, the reason why I like this better is I often still habitually attach a noun and a person to it. I rarely use demonstratives naked demonstratives everywhere, where like someone would say, well, you mentioned it in a sentence before, now you can use this. And this is referring to the person, an object of the previous sentence, right? The previous independent clause. And in science, in scientific writing, you just don't do that a lot of times. You're always including the person or subject with this, that, these, though. That measurement, that metric, that object, whatever it is, that specific object, this specific object, these mice, those mice. So you have to always specify the object or the person or something to be precise. So you have to be precise, and that creates that scientific writing thing. It always seems like if you're reading like a scientific article and you see the word I don't know, spectrophotometer like 8 billion times, like every sentence has spectrophotometer, is because it's being precise. So it's being more Japanesey than it is English. It always needs a noun. Otherwise, you leave it up to ambiguity, and ambiguity is terrible in scientific writing. Like this, which this? 2 cents ago, 3 cents ago, later in this, later in the sentence, like, what is this? And I don't like korewa as much as I like sono. Sono and kono, I like sono and kono more because it feels at home. So this sentence, it feels at home to me. When you say kono, like kono, object, right? You need the object, and then isn't it? So I'm okay with isn't it because I already know that the object or the noun is in the sentence already. English, you omit all that. Like, for example, this isn't bad. Right? This isn't bad. Right? What is this? What is not bad? And are you asking a question, or are you saying what it isn't or what it is? This isn't bad, right? And that would be the most common responses all the time. Like when you watch a show with someone, it's like, that wasn't bad, right? That wasn't bad. Oh, that wasn't so bad. Like, yeah, it was kind of all right. Well, they would say it's kind of all right, kind of thing. And that's when like English is imprecise everywhere. Anyways, good point. Excellent point. Oh, and I screwed up. Wait. Oh. Yikes. Wait. Did I screw up? I missed the wa. Speaking of which, I missed the wa. The atarashi the t-shirt wa, yeah. T-shirt wa kawaii. I missed the particle here. Okay.
私も会社員です。
I blame Lotus for making me forget articles. I mean, forget particles. It's really Lotus's fault. 私も会社員. Oh yeah, 会社員. Yeah, 会社員.
私も会社員です。
会社員です。I'm also an office worker.
新しいスカートが欲しいです。
新しい Did you just say, oh yeah, skirt. 新しいスカート 新しいスカート article. 新しいスカートが欲しいです。新しいスカートが欲しいです。新しいスカートが欲しいです。が
新しいスカートが欲しいです。
Yeah. 新しいスカート。新しいスカートが欲しいです。欲しいです。Okay. I want a skirt. Oh, a new skirt. 新しい
新しい
新しいスカートが欲しいです。
ナオミさんの傘は新しいですね。ナオミさんの傘は新しいですね。
You know what's also making our discussions more and more Japanesey? We're becoming more and more reliant on being precise. what I want to say about that is the deep cut here is we're starting to feel more and more intolerant to being imprecise. If you know what I mean, Indy. Like, dang it, folks, this is the way. I'm like, oh man, that's kind of weird because we're constantly like being more and more exact and nitpicky, and I think my tolerance is getting lower for that as well. So like, no, this is not the way. It's like, this is the way. Where you're learning a language really does get you to start thinking about the cultural behaviorism. You must do it like this. This is the only way. It's unacceptable any other way. It's so weird. I'm at this crossroad. I'm at a crossroad where, since obviously I'm American, right? It goes without saying. The whole idea is being loose. You're being loose, but a lot of the United States, like I would say arguably half of the United States, like it to be like Japan, in my opinion, in a way. Like, this is the right way, this is the wrong way. These are the only way things can be. These are the best ways. And then I'm on the other half where, at least quote unquote, the other half, where I can't be that because I am not that. I just legitimately I prefer to be the person who always do not take things literally. Right. And it's probably going to put me in the crosshairs of a lot of Japanese people, in my opinion, or people who really like Japanese. Because Japanese, it's conformity. You gotta conform, so we gotta try to conform. And eventually it's gonna get me in trouble. But we'll see. We'll see when.
ナオミさんの傘は新しいですね。
Okay. So,
ナオミ
let's see if I remember the whole sentence.
Sam.
Naomi's son. No. No, wait.
のナオミさんの傘は新しいですね。の
I heard
傘
asa
は
wa. Am I being mean? Wait.
ナオミさんの傘は新しいですね。新しい
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out
500
what this is.
500
Which I haven't learned what this is yet.
500
Gohyaku. That's distracted me so much. I'm more concerned about this. Naomi-san no, right? Naomi-san no kasa wa atarashii
ですね。
desu ne. I mean, that's a complete statement, right?
ナオミさんの傘は新しいですね。
500. I know some Chinese, right? Ooh. My Japanese side, my Japanese embodiment right now, my role-playing Japanese side, Blue, is telling me no. My American side is saying some. Yes, perhaps. Probably not enough. Probably not enough. Why you ask, Blue? Why you ask? Oh. Sorry, I had to cough and I totally missed my mute button. I'm gonna say I know about Chinese. I know something about Chinese. I don't know enough Chinese is probably what I would. Oh well, oh, it's inherited. It's just a Chinese character 5 and 100. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, it does. It is 500. Wow, I wouldn't have made that connection. I only know the 5 because 5 is, you know, Mahjong, and we actually had the kanji for 5 already, which is inherited. But that's 100. I see. Got it. So it means 500. I see. I see. I don't know the Mandarin for 500 actually. Or 100. Huh. 100 is Wu Ba. Oh, Wu Ba. Wu Bai. Wu Bai. Yeah, Wu Bai. Okay. Yeah, Bai. Yeah, Wu Bai. Like Bai, Sambai. Yeah, okay. Yeah. If we put in a context of Chinese that I know, Wan. Oh no. Bot is what I would say in Fujianese. So Sawa, Nama, Sama, Siwa, Ngoba, Nguba, which is close enough, but it's like a lot sharper. So, and I can't read, so it doesn't help that I can't read. I can't read Chinese. So yeah, Wu Bai makes sense. Wu Bai, and Nguba is Fujianese. So Ba is 100. And I don't even remember. Qian? Is it Qian? Wu Qian is 1,000 is 5,000. Wu Qian. Yeah, Qian. Okay, yeah. Wang is 1,000 in Fujianese. Sa Wan, Na Wan, San Wan, Si Wan. Instead of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, right? Or 1,000, 2,000, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. 4,000, 5,000, right? And then you have Sa Wan, Na Wan, San Wan, Si Wan. So, you know, just Chinese, I suppose. We just lump it into Chinese because I don't know. Sometimes I don't even know if I'm saying Cantonese or Mandarin. Wan in Mandarin is 10,000? Oh. But in Japanese it's pronounced Wan? Oh my god. So much fun. Sorry. I love this stuff. I like how willy-nilly everything is. It's really funny. Interesting. Yeah. Wan is it's so confusing. Anyways, yeah, thanks for the share. So 500. Okay, 500. So it's
500
500. Okay.
500
So go and then hyaku. Hyaku is the hyaku for 100. Got it. It's probably this hyaku is hyaku similar to also a counter where some of the numbers change? So like in Chinese, I don't think they actually change, but in Japanese, some of the numbers pronunciation like 7, nana changes with the counters. So I'm guessing hyaku also changes one or two of the numbers. Yeah, they change. Yeah, just because. Oh wait, hang on. Sambakyu. Okay, Yaku. Ah, Sambyaku. Yes. Yes, there it is. There it is. Wait, do you know Mandarin, Blue? Like, do you listen to Mandarin? Have you heard a Fujianese person before? I'm kind of curious. Yeah, I speak Fujianese to my parents, or as much Fujianese as I can. We do not connect with Mandarin. It's very difficult, and they do not speak English very well. So it's always, you'll probably hear me say something like, I know some Mandarin and Canto, but I've never heard Fujianese before. Yeah, Fujianese is whew. Within Fujian province, the Fujianese actually changes too regionally. So, and the whole Canto and Mandarin thing, sometimes I don't even know if I'm swapping between Mandarin and Canto. So, because I still haven't distinguished between them yet. It's all just inherited. I don't know how to read. I'm illiterate, and I can firmly say in general I'm illiterate in Chinese. Like all forms of Chinese, I am illiterate. I can pick up little characters here and there, but no sir. No siree. Yeah, but Fujianese, ooh, yeah. It's unintelligible. Although I've heard Japanese can be unintelligible too, you know? Because like you have the regional differences, right? So there are those dialects. I doubt that's gonna be a range of discussion until way later. I don't even think I'm gonna get to that point. I think at that point I'm gonna be doing Mandarin. I'm gonna try to learn Mandarin in the same way I'm learning here at first with because there is a Mandarin course. So we'll try the Mandarin. I don't think there's a Cantonese course, is there? Or do they use the same thing? Or do they introduce Canto and Mandarin and try to distinguish between? There is one? Oh, neat. Very neat. Someone asked me yesterday if I had a personal choice. Oh, you saw streamers doing it? Neat. Oh, I can finally decide Gundonghua and Putonghua, like how to like distinguish between them. At least that's how my parents always say it. The first time when I was a kid, my parents kept saying like Putonghua Putonghua and Gundonghua are like different things, and all I keep hearing is the same term. As a kid, like 20 years ago, it's like no, that's Putonghua. I'm like, well, isn't this the same? Like, no, it's not. So I had this really bad habit. I watched a lot of Canto, like Cantonese entertainment, and then when they're speaking, they're Mandarin, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I know, yeah, I totally agree. Now it sounds really different. But when I was a pep as a kid, so when you hear an isolation, right? If you say Putonghua first, somewhere in isolation, and then 10 minutes later they say Gundonghua, as like a 6-year-old that's learning English, I'm like, wait a minute, did you just say, are you saying Mandarin or Cantonese? Like, they don't say it next to each other, right? So the further separation, I'm like, and I learned English only school after like kindergarten. It was English only. So I'm like, now I know, because as an adult, it's been a while since separating it. And then Hujiuhua, as in Huzhou, right? Hujiuhua. Fun times.
ナオミさんの傘は新しいですね。
And now you're learning Japanese? So wait, Blue. So you have Japanese, Mandarin, and Cantonese exposure? And obviously English, but we're using English as a medium. Huh. What else can I say? I would love to... Someone asked me yesterday, I forgot the story I was gonna say. Someone asked me, what language should Duolingo add? Or like, would I personally? So they specifically pushed personally. I would say Fujianese. Fujianese is something that when my late grandfather, whenever I talked to him, he had such a sparkle in his eyes that he noticed that as a second generation removed from him, that there are still people who speak Fujianese even when they come to the United States or leave China, right? And when it came to Duolingo's attempt to preserve endangered languages, so my only regard is if I was asked for a personally selfish request, it'd be Fujianese. Although I did find YouTubers in YouTube like that had a whole series distinguishing between Mandarin, Cantonese, and Fujianese. So it was so weird hearing for the first time that it came from like, you know, an English platform, hearing the Fujianese being broken down, because I haven't ever really connected any of the Mandarin, like the written stuff, to the Fujianese words. It's crazy. How you say window in Mandarin? The only word that comes in my mind right now for Fujianese is Mongyang. Mongyang. But I don't know what it is in Mandarin. Chenghu? No. Kanto is Qingmen. Qingmen. Oh, I'm more I'm close. I remember Qingmen more than Chenghu. Wow. And then Mongyang is Fujianese. Mongyang reminds me of the two Mongyang. So it's a door, it's a glass door. Mongyang. So that's the way I meant. Mong is door. So Mong. Yeah, and oops, sorry. I started saying so door and then glass, or like little door, or kind of like glass door kind of thing. So little door, Mongyang, it's kind of like a little glass door, sort of. But Mongyang, it's so weird. Like when I was seeing the Mandarin, I just didn't know how people use the same system. I can say ochato mizu. Mizu. Awesome. Excellent. Dude, keep going. I want to hear more. All right. Old gaming, like in 3 days. I want, like, share with me in 3 days something else. It'll be great. Yeah. Positive thinking. Oh, I'm getting so tied up into conversations about language. This is so good. I absolutely love it. This is the jam. You want to move to Japan? I see. Is that possible in the future? I like Japan. I'm not sure if I want to move to Japan at the moment.
ナオミさんの傘は新しいですね。
Yep. Okay. Naomi's umbrella is new, isn't it? Real question for you guys, for all the English speakers. Would you put isn't it first or second? Or like first or last in this clause? And for what reason? If you could, that's what I'm curious about. So you say it first. I say isn't Naomi. Oh yeah, we did that. Blue jelly, and it's wrong. It doesn't let you do that. I totally did that first. The isn't Naomi's umbrella new? Yeah, you can't. Like I tried that and I got bopped. Funny. Because that's how I get that across. Yeah. It's supposed to sound more polite. So the only way we can explain it, blue jelly, or at least I can explain it, is isn't Naomi's umbrella new? Suggests that it's a yes or no question. More so than isn't it first and second. I don't think I would say either. What else would you say? I would just rephrase the whole thing. I would leave it super open-ended with my with introduction of my own opinion, sort of. I say Naomi's umbrella Naomi's umbrella seems new. You see what I mean? So I would use the active voice. Oh, and you also use seem, fine. So instead of asking a passive voice with a passive answer, I would suggest some of my opinion, and I would also volunteer my own sort of like thoughts on it. And I would say Naomi's umbrella seems new. Yeah. Naomi's umbrella seems new, as opposed to and then there would be like a question mark at the end. It would be an implicit question mark as opposed to asking directly to that person. Oh, I say isn't Naomi's umbrella new? Yeah, we should use that. Duolingo is having me learn how to order food. Dude, listen, if you're moving to Japan, what's priority number one? Old gamer, come on. Come on, you gotta start with food. You gotta start with food. I obviously you don't, but oh, Naomi's umbrella is new. Yeah, that's good. That's good, Indy. Although it's still passive. But you know what I would use, Indy, instead? Oh, Naomi's umbrella looks new. Looks is not passive. So I would probably say, oh, Naomi's umbrella looks new. Instead of Naomi's umbrella is new. You see? Sushi is your favorite food? Nice. We won't talk about Americanized sushi, right? Is that a topic? Those California rolls, ENT rolls, the spicy mayo stuff. You know, I'm just kidding. I'm throwing some shade into the controversy. All right, Newsu.
ニュース
Right, Newsu. They're still pretty good. I agree. They are still pretty good. They're different, but still pretty good. I am a little partial now to having combining tempura into sushi rolls. I don't know how often or how popular that is to combine tempura and sushi, but I do be liking that stuff. Yeah, Indy. It definitely makes sense though, Indy. It's a lot more softer, and I think it blends very well with Japanese. So Tempura? You say tempura? Yeah. English, right? English. Por, and 3 ending with consonants. Yeah. Yeah, ending with consonant. Yep. I switch back and forth. If I'm talking to someone not in a Japanese context, I would use tempura, right? So it goes back and forth for sure. I think it takes a lot of. Okay, hear me out, guys. I'm not throwing shade at those people who are always about right and wrong. You got me. Okay, but for me, I'm far more impressed by someone who shifts back and forth. So when someone knows that I don't understand something, they will speak in a manner that I do understand, as opposed to projecting, right? Projecting what I have to understand. We just had a discussion like that just now. And even if I were to revisit that, it's not going to excuse how potentially passive aggressive I was. I mean, I am Asian in a way, so passive aggressiveness does kind of flow in a way, but generally speaking, if it's tempura for you, I will say tempura. That's the idea. Until someone mentions something like, oh yeah, that's weird. Don't feel weird. I hope no one here is feeling weird about the way we say things, because how else are you gonna exchange ideas, you know? That's personal bias though. Personal bias. And speaking passively is a really Japanese thing to do. Not ironic. Coincidentally, I would say. Speaking passively is very, very Japanese. And I think Duolingo is doing all right with that, where they always constantly translate things into the passive voice, because the passive voice leaves it open. And that's kind of nice. I just don't do it very often in English. I always think of it in the active voice, because when I'm talking to someone, I'm direct. And you know as well as I do, if you guys watch enough anime, right? If you guys watch enough anime, their language is constantly indirect about certain things. Very, very indirect. Anything that's personal is completely indirect. It's so passive. It's been more successful for me in school and personal life. Absolutely. I was able to use and stay with a passive voice to avert confrontation all the way up to like post undergrad. And then when the field got competitive, when you start needing to stick out and stuff, that's when I started using the active voice. The active voice for like making your presentation stronger and stuff. Sometimes you still have to lean back on passive voice. Like when you're talking about results and stuff in data and stuff, I often use the passive voice because I'm unsure. You don't want to be too forceful and affirmative to give people the wrong impression that like this will change people's lives or something. But generally speaking, in interviews and stuff, using the passive voice in a competitive field makes you seem unsure, right? Instead of agreeable, it comes off as unsure a lot of time when you're in a competitive scene. But if you're in a non-competitive environment, like you're going for a job that you're already qualified for, you can use the passive voice to possibly seem agreeable, because the person you're speaking to wants to hire you. So if they already wants to hire you, you can seem passive and be more aggressive, more agreeable, so that they know that you're flexible enough. The kind of tact that you require. And that's what I'm impressed about when I meet someone who is capable of shifting tense and talking to someone, not because they want to talk and project their opinion, but the idea of being able to read the other person and speak in the same thing. That's impressive to me. Do I do it all the time successfully? Absolutely not. But does it stop me from trying? Absolutely not. It's my life goal, and that's the ever fun game of communication. Always shifting your tenses to meet the other person. I clearly didn't meet the other person earlier today. It's a skill issue. I have a skill issue. Gotta work on it. I like to know the right way to say things. What if you're speaking a language that really doesn't have a right way to say things? Like a exact science. I mean, Japanese though, it's more of an exact science than English for sure. Yeah, people usually don't like when you're pushy. Yeah. There's a time and place for it. For example, when you want to motivate someone, you can say things in a motivating way, or you can say things in a not so sure way. So if someone is lost and they need help, the last thing you want to sound is unsure. It can come off as caring sometimes. However, when someone's in the deep doo-doo, being a little bit more affirmative is helpful. It's different from projecting your opinions. So let's make that clear. Telling someone what they should do is different than suggesting something by projecting your own feelings, right? Telling someone this is it, this is just that, is projecting your own opinion. Telling someone like, I think this is what it means. That's different. That's sharing your opinion without forcing the opinion on someone. So in an interview, when you're telling people what to think, that is overconfidence. That's that will get you into trouble. For exactly this reason, I think I'll always be bad at giving commands in Japanese, because when it's going to be appropriate for me to give a command to a random, when is it going to be appropriate for you to give a command to a random Japanese person? Exactly. I think for the longest time, it's the imposter syndrome, right? Lotus, the imposter syndrome. Even if you get to a point where you could give a command, right? You would never feel that way. You would generally feel like you're just never there. And that's great, in my opinion. That's a secret sauce. It just means you're very humbly self-deprecating at the same time. Yeah, that's the imposter syndrome. I don't know when or where, but I generally do not ever take things for certain. So if someone catches me saying, this is just this, I don't even feel right often saying it in English. And I've spent almost my entire life using English. And when someone says, oh, that's not just that, it's like, oh, I'm sorry. That's not what I meant to imply. I don't mean to imply that I know for certain. I just wanted to share my thoughts. You definitely have imposter syndrome at your tech job. I can only imagine. I think the reason why we have a lot of great discussions, Lotus and Indy, is pretty much the commonality between us a lot of times is how passive we are a lot of times. Even when we're trying to mask how much we actually like, I don't want to bank my career on something when I tell someone, oh, it's just this simple. I don't want to bank on it. Like, I don't want to bank my credibility on that stuff. I usually stir the waters. Like, well, I'm sorry, I guess Duolingo sucks because I kind of trust Duolingo. So maybe that might be a bad thing or a good thing. I just do my best with it. That's all I can ask for. Imposter syndrome. I could just argue like, you're wrong. I don't want to tell anyone they're wrong. In fact, I prefer to be wrong if it means that other person can feel good about themselves. I actually prefer that. So sometimes when I have concerns, the best relief I can have is that I'm wrong about my concerns. I like solving problems, so I'm around people's problems. So if I'm wrong, it means they're doing fine. If I'm right, it's a bittersweet moment because sure, I had the right to be concerned, but at the same time there's a problem to be solved. It's kind of the whole dastardly double edge of imposter syndrome. Like, I'm not sure I'm right, but if I'm right, it still feels horrible. I'm not so sure. Okay. I didn't know how to express why des is important to me. Okay, so let's round it back to the first discussion that made everything really awkward. I don't know why des is anchoring me. Like, I haven't really expressed that, but I can tell you now, when I see des, it reminds me to be like, oh yeah, pronouns. Let's go think about pronouns. So, yes, agreed. It means politeness. But again, it reminds me of me associating who's doing the action. So that might not be a trick in the future for sure. But right now, it's gotten me through a lot. Will this be forever ingrained in my brain? I guess, call it a crutch. I have a lot of crutches in life. I can tell you now, I can build a fort of crutches. You know what that got me? It got me somewhere. I prefer to have crutches than no crutches at all. I'm just saying. So, good luck with that.
よく
Yoku. So I'll take some of the pronunciation tips later, Lotus. Don't you forget. I still remember. I'll take some of the pronunciation. First, I actually even need to actually try to pronounce them in the first place. And that's already tough enough. Like, Chijiji, Chiji, 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 Lotus. Tell me, did you just like breeze through that? I feel like everyone else breezes through that. But man, Chiji, Ichiji, oh, Chiji, Ichiji, oh. I still do it at when the stream goes off in like the evening. I still say to myself Chiji and Ichiji a lot. Like all right.
T シャツ
T-shatsu. T-shatsu. Okay, T-shatsu. On.
本
Fuku.
服
Fuku. Fuku. Yoku.
よく
Watashi.
私
Fuku.
服
Saifu. Wait, Saifu's down here. This is Suka. Scato. Scato.
スカート
Scato. 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 It's going up. Nakadaka. Nakadaka. Saifu. Saifu. Still Nakadaka. Hey, Nak. What's up? I do have to, in like, we'll do this for another hour because I didn't really get
この
much
カバン
in.
は可愛いですね。
We had so many good discussions today. Absolutely love it. And like a person, I don't even know if it's an argument or not.
このカバンは可愛いですね。
Kono kaban wa. So, kono kaban wa. Usually I just separate it based on the, I guess what I call them, the enders, the low pitch stuff, which tends to be the particles a lot of times. But so kono kaban wa kawaii. Oh, kawaii desu ne. So I go like, このカバンは可愛いですね. I'm doing pretty well. No, I've had a lot of interesting discussions, I tell you. You just installed a new game on your Xbox? I want to try. Interesting. What is the game? A new game on Xbox. Is it a contemporary game? Okay. So, this is whoops. This kono kaban. This kaban is kakoi. Don't at me, guys. This kaban is kakoi, isn't it? Kawaii, sorry. Kawaii. I said kakoi. Kawaii. Oh, Plant vs. Zombie? Oh, Garden Warfare 2. Okay, okay. Interesting. Garden Warfare 2. Have you played the OG Plant vs. Zombie? Not the... It's not like Garden Warfare, but... have you played the OG Plant vs. Zombie? Or like that version? Because there's 2 other sequels to that one. Not the Garden Warfare one. Hey, Tommy. Yeah, I don't think many guys call things cute. What? Indie. I guess I'm not many guys. Sorry about that. I use the word cute a lot, and it kind of makes people kind of weird, and I have to explain myself. Maybe that was growing up. Yeah, I do call a lot of things cute. Like, generally I use the word endearing if it makes people, if it makes people discomfort, like causes discomfort. I use endearing, the word endearing. Like, well, that's endearing, but usually I use the colloquial cute instead. And it often comes from condescending. People, guys, I guess, quote unquote, guys, not to sound too gender biased, but cute can come off as condescending to the misogyny, right? To the misogynistic point of view. I'm wondering, do I have specific goals for Japanese? My most immediate goal is to acquire and attain 200 kanji. But my ultimate goal is to learn something. Secondary goal is to have fun. Secondary goal is to have fun. My primary goal is to learn something. I know that sounds really nondescript. In a long story short, I like learning new things. Do I retain them and practice them or master them? Probably not. I don't usually master or retain things. I like the act of learning all the time. It brings people together. So, you feel it's less intimidating for my platform, or like what I mean is the type of interactions that I want. The ultimate goal is to have interactions with other people. And the last thing you want to do is be intimidating by doing something you're really great at. So I tend to always do things I'm terrible at. And then it invites different types of people. People who gaslight or project, people who are compassionate, like many mixes of people. You're just a lot more approachable when you're the one that's quote unquote inferior in the situation. And by inferior, I'm using it as a very, very pragmatic word, not something that's negative, because I want people to offer me their stories. So I want to live and understand other people. If I'm the expert and I'm that guy who knows everything, then you are less likely to have people approach you to offer you their 2 cents. So it happens a lot. And I prefer to be doing anything and everything that puts me on my back foot. It challenges me to always stay humble. And it feeds my imposter syndrome. It makes my imposter syndrome not an imposter syndrome, because I'm not an expert at Japanese. And it makes me feel good that there are other people who know more Japanese. That's kind of the long story. A longer story. Cool and awesome. Kakkoi. How you say awesome in Japanese? I got a DBA with my French teacher soon. Oh, wait, what is a DBA? I'm just like you. Just new things. New things. Sugoi. Oh yeah, I knew that. Ah, sugoi. Yeah, of course. Of course it's sugoi. What the heck? I just draw a blank out. And there's a colloquial for sugoi. Someone said it. Have you guys watched what is this show called? Takashi's Castle? They say it differently. It's only men that say it actually. It's almost gender specific. When they say skoi, which feeds into the whole like gender bias, saying cool and awesome instead of cute, right? Japanese actually have that. They say something else. It's kind of like sugoi. What was it? Yeah, Takashi's Castle. They rebooted recently, and they keep saying this one word because all the hosts are men, and I forgot how they said it. It's not quite sugoi. They say su. Oh yeah, suge. Yeah, suge. Suge. Yeah, yeah. That's it. Yes, yes. See, we're connecting. We're connecting all the dots. Yeah, that's a very specific. I was told it's a very specific. I read, so pardon me for not understanding most of it, but I was told it's a male, like male skewed word, and that's kind of. There's also just sugo, like sugo with a pause. Huh? What context is sugo? Or yeah. What context is that? Interesting. Just shortened. There's a lot of gender specific stuff in Japanese, yeah. So it's kind of funny because a Germanic language like English, there's a lot of gender specific stuff. So does the Romance languages. And even though when you think at first like, oh yeah, pronouns are not there, right? There's not pronouns, but there's still quite a lot of gender specific idiosyncrasies because guys are guys, like girls are girls and boys are boys, right? So a lot of times it does happen so naturally. There are a lot of gender only girls will say atashi to talk about themselves. Yes, yep, that's a good one. I'm familiar with that one. These are all kinds of used as like informal exclamations. I see. Only guys will say ore or boku. Yep. Yep. You can do it with a e adjective. Interesting. We're spoiling so much. I'm not even I think I've learned more Japanese today in our discussion than hey, does that still mean or old? Does that still mean old but in a different way? Because we just learned that but with e. So and I probably forgot what it was. Hurei? Yeah, hurei. So if you just go hure, just hure. Oh, huru. Sorry, huru. Yes, hurui. Hurui. Sorry, hurui. So if you just go huru, it's like a shortened, informal thing. Yeah, if you say something old and you are shocked, you might say that. An exclamatory. I see. Sorry, when I think of huru, I think of who did whata. Like as an exclamatory, someone says like, "Hey, did you hear? Someone just did a triple backflip off the top of your roof." It's like, "Huda whata? You did what?" No, okay, sorry. All right. Let's focus. I gotta finish this lesson. Right. I've learned more Japanese today just by talking about Japanese. Amazing. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the commentary. So, this bag is cute, isn't it? Right? Isn't it, guys?
この新しい T シャツは可愛いですね。
I missed the wa, right? I missed the wa. So,
この
kono, and I'm out. Sorry,
T
kono
シャツ
T シャツ T シャツ No.
この新しい T シャツは可愛いですね。
Atarashi.
この新しい T シャツは可愛いですね。
Wa.
可愛いですね。この新しい T シャツは可愛いですね。
Yeah, I missed the wa last time. What? Are you trying to insult me, Indy? Is that what you're saying? Did you just at me there? I'm just kidding. I have no idea what that means. Oh wait. Oh, daijobu. I didn't get to that phrase yet. I would love to know that phrase at some point. Do we get do we get daijobu at some point? When do we get that phrase? That has to be in Duolingo, right? That has to be in Duolingo. There's no way that's not in Duolingo. When do I get that? Section 2, Unit 4? Come on. Now that's an anime word right there. You'll get it at some point. Way later? You've got to be kidding me. Come on. Oh, hey, we got blue. Aoi. Oh, yeah, I knew that.
青い
Aoi. Yeah, Aoi. Aoi, You guys ever seen Pacific Blue? The Pacific Blue, the Aoi, Aoi. Aoi. Oh no. I can't unhear it anymore. All right. From now on, blue is officially Aoi. Obviously not, but Aoi. Funny thing, Daijobu means kiss me in my native language. Wait, okay. Wait, what is your native language, Tommy? Daijobu. What can that mean in Fujianese? What does that sound like in Fujianese? Nope, I got nothing. Polish. Polish. Kiss me? That's great. That's pretty funny. Wait, actually, Tommy, are you learning Japanese too? I didn't ask. Did I ask? You did type Japanese and answer Japanese. Oh, and you asked me what my Japanese go. Okay. So you're learning you're done learning Japanese, or you're in the immersion phase? Where are you right now? Are you like in the N2 phase? You've been learning Japanese for 2 years? Got it. Well, welcome. I've been quote unquote learning Japanese for 21 days, including today. And that's it. And I've only used Duolingo. Well, okay. Just a really passive. Quickly, I've used Duolingo I'm assessing what Duolingo offers, and then when the stream goes off, I'm substituting a lot of things, and then I'll introduce them one at a time. The idea is to use my skills. What are those skills? My skills are problem solving, critical thinking, and learning. Those are my skills, and that's it. Like, I'm a master of none, I would say, outside of those things. So no imposter syndrome when it comes to learning. So whenever someone tells me I'm going to be a little bit more forward and aggressive, possibly, or potentially a little bit more verbose when someone asks me about how to learn the best way. So when someone asks me what something lacks, what something has, and how they evaluate and express it, I will have a lot to say. But generally speaking, I have very little to say most of the time on the things dealing with the subject at hand. Like, I can't tell you a lot about Japanese language because I don't know a lot about it. I can tell you about the Japanese culture, possibly a little bit more, I suppose. Things like that. Something that's nebulous, but exact. I mean, blue is owie, isn't it? I'm gonna blame Indy from now on, right? Every time I say owie, it's Indy's fault. That's how I cope. My coping mechanism. Just blame Indy. Yeah, I think there are many ways to learn anything, and everyone has different strengths in learning. Yes. The learning techniques, there are tons of different ways of learning techniques, and they're all context specific. So the idea is, I love learning to learn, like understand the learning process, how certain people, like how you target a product, how you design a product to create the learning process. And it's endless. So the idea is, because it's endless and it's unfathomably deep, it's my life's goal. Like, I can continue to do this until the day I die, and it will still not be completed. It's one of those like ultimate motivators, right? If you have a goal that's unattainable, but you are motivated, passionately invested in that goal, regardless if it's unattainable or not. So that's kind of the idea. So the more I learn how other people learn, or not learn, I suppose, it all fills in. I like to solve people's problems. When people don't have problems, they're the ones that have problems with me. So what I mean is, if anyone comes in and they don't have a problem with anything, and they tell me that I have a problem, that's usually the people I don't reach, because I don't focus on people who are successful. I focus on people who enjoy legitimately helping other people. If you're like very confident and successful, usually because I have less to offer to someone like that. So they won't stick around, obviously, because they're off being successful most of the time. Owie. What does this mean? Do ui a I ma de doshimasu doi ashma maste. Wait. Doshimaste? Dotashimaste? Indy, why are you swinging your thing? Why does that not sound familiar to me? You are welcome? Oh, wait. Do I a shimashite. Oh, I've never learned how to say you're welcome. Doi tashimashite. It's in the te form. Oh, te. Oh. Hey, oh. Wait. Wait, is it? Oh, you're my. Oh, no, I got what you mean. Oh, okay. Oh, I got it. I got it. Sorry, my gears are like baking right now. My smoke is coming out of my head right now. Right, right. Goshta Shima da. Oh, okay, I get it. Got it. All right. Anyways, owie. We know blue is owie, right?
青い靴はちょっと。
See, you heard him. Aoi kutsu choto. Wa choto. You know, choto. Aoi kutsu wa choto. Yeah, right? We nailed it. I don't like aoi shoes. I choto aoi kutsu. You don't like aoi shoes? That's kind of funny. That actually is pretty perfect. I don't like aoi shoes. Aoi kutsu wa choto. Right?
はちょっと。青い靴はちょっと。
Aoi kutsu wa choto. Yeah. Okay. Wait, I have a question. If you're typing that in, do you have to put the ... dots? Indy, when we're doing keyboard practice, which we'll probably do tomorrow, but keyboard practice, do you have to put in the ... dots for Duolingo to accept the answer? I doubt it, right? Because on the bottom it showed the answer with ... dots. Dress. You're not sure? Okay, I guess we'll find out tomorrow. Dress. That's a de risu? No, de risu?
ドレス。
Doresu. Oh, that's do. Whoops. Yo. Wait. Oh yeah, toe into oh. Yeah, doresu. Do
ドレス。ドレス。
resu. Yeah.
Doresu.
Doresu. You get better than that? Doresu. Yeah, alright, I'll take it. Doresu. I feel that could be a little different. Doresu.
ドレス
Of course. Dores. Of course.
青いコートはちょっと。
Aoi koto wa choto. Okay. Aoi koto wa choto. Okay. I don't like aoi koto. I choto aoi kotos. Oh wait, another. Oh, they do accept it. So they do accept really, like omitting the really, because I don't think. So they don't force you to say really. I don't really like blue coats. You can say I don't like blue coats. That's fair enough. Aoi koto. Aoi koto nga something Janaitis? No. Janai. I don't really Suki. Okay, Suki. I don't really like. Oh. Okay, and that is kanji for. Oh yeah, yeah. Suki. Suki. So, I don't really like. Oh, interesting. I don't like. Oh, I see what you're doing. I see. Is that right? I don't like blue. I don't like blue coats. Interesting. So you can say that instead. Or can't you? Aioi koto ga suki janai. Ga suki janai.
この傘は素敵ですね。
More formal. I see. It's more formal. I see. Got it. Why didn't they teach me the formal way first? Huh? I don't think you can because you aren't learning it right now. Oh, okay, okay. I see.
この
Oh, I kind of like that though. And can you add des to that to make it even more polite? So you could say, Aioi koto ga suki janai desu. Okay. Okay. I see. Fair enough. So, kono, what's happening to my face? I mean, kono kasa wa, this is new. Suteki. Steki?
素敵
Steki, lovely. Oh, that's cute. I mean, cute is on the list.
素敵
Oh, this is cute. I use the word lovely, by the way. Enjoy your walk, Indy. By the way, I use lovely. That's probably also going to filter into the whole. Is this a female thing? I'm not sure. In Japanese, do females use steki more than males in Japanese? Because I would use lovely or wonderful. Wonderful would be a great word. I legitimately soften my language quite a lot. And what I mean by soften my language, I mean use I subvert quite a bit. I would say, wow, that sounds like a lovely day, right? Or when someone says have a good day, I would say have a wonderful day most of the time. Wow, that's I want to say kirei, but now I'm learning kirei as clean instead of beautiful. So I use kirei quite a bit. I would use kirei quite a bit. I think it's used by both genders, but I'm not totally sure. Ah, okay. Because I love this word. I actually use the love context. Japanese people are gonna hate me because I use the love context quite informally, quite a bit. Like, oh yeah, I love that. That's awesome. And I do use awesome, so it's fine on that part. But wow, that sounds quite lovely. Or delightful. Delightful is a great word too. I hope in some way I can express these in Japanese and make people feel uncomfortable, I suppose. I don't know. Oh, you don't hear it often? This word?
素敵
Steki. Yeah, steki desu ne. Desu ne. So, kono kasa wa steki desu ne. Interesting. I like it. Sticky.
素敵
Sticky.
素敵
Has that sharpness like ski. I am a fan of su words, like the words that are bigger than 3 kana and starts with su. It's just like meat steak. Wait. Are you saying steak be Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, anyways. What is this trying to say? Steaky. Steaky means steak in plural in Polish. Steaky. Oh my gosh. And wait, what is there a katakana for in Japanese for steak? Isn't it just steaky too? Come on. I'm pretty sure it's steaky. Isn't it? I feel like I've heard this before in anime. Where they just say steaky instead. Kind of like cakey. There might be a steaky, right? Steaky. Maybe there's like a pause. Like the extension. Yeah, there it is. Steaky. Yeah, steaky. Yep, there's a pause in the... I thought about it. I was like, if cakey is the way to the English word cake, then steak is gonna be steaky. Yeah, steaky. Steaky. Yeah, cakey. Steaky. Yeah. Interesting. I like it. Hey, what am I trying to say here? This is... Oh, sorry. This steak... Where's my steak at? This steak is steaky. Isn't it? This steak is steaky, isn't it? Sorry. This umbrella is lovely, isn't it?
このコートは素敵ですね。この
What was your Tommy, since you asked me what my goal was, what was your goal? And also, do you play basketball? Or are you a fan of basketball? Basketball. I'm not very well versed in basketball, by the way. Just as a disclaimer, I don't know a lot about a lot of things. You used to play basketball when you were younger? I see. When you were younger. That's a definer of being what was the new term I learned today? That's a definer of being Urui, what was it? Something Urui. Arui? No. What was the term I just learned today about old? Oh, Hurui. Yeah, Hurui. Hurui. When I was younger. Hurui. I know. No, calm down. Calm down, Lotus. Calm down. It's fine. We're gonna interpret. No. I didn't know that, Lotus. You were supposed to let me shine for a little bit. Anyways, yeah. They only described objects so far. I didn't know that, actually. Thanks for the information, though. I didn't know that you can only describe... How do you describe a person as old? Actually. Is it like OG? Or something? OG? Because I've heard that phrase attached to something a lot of times. Would it be like OG? As in she with the dakuon? Maybe? I don't know. I'm making this up as I go. When you were younger...
このコートは素敵ですね。
Tommy, what position did you play? When you were younger? I haven't ever played basketball. Well, I played some basketball, but not in like any sense. Just throwing the basketball at a basket. In like PE class.
このコートは素敵ですね。
この
コートは素敵ですね。
この子は I've been distracted so much today.
コート
コート。このコート
は
は Well, it's asking if isn't it? So
素敵
素敵
円
whoops.
円で
ですすね
ね。このコートは素敵ですね。
This coat is lovely, isn't it?
このカバンは素敵ですね。
このカバンは素敵ですね。このカバンは素敵ですね。Talking about an old person is in a future lesson. Nice. All right. I'll take care of it. Actually, Lotus, you're talking about future lessons. How far did you use Duolingo? Or are you talking about like figuratively or literally? It was mostly my hobby. I think I played in like 3 tournaments. So everyone was almost the same height. So my position was one of the 5. I see. Oh, I feel that. So everyone was almost the same height. That thing cuts deep, man. I was one of the early bloomers, right? I got to middle school and I was somewhat I was above average. And then suddenly like right into like halfway, you know, when summer vacation happened, everyone was like a foot taller than me. Or it feels like everyone's a foot taller than me. Or what's a foot in centimeters? I don't remember. I always have to convert it to inches and then do centimeters. Or just know the centimeters outright. Someone help me. Conversion. 30 centimeters. Okay. Yeah. So like just imagine this kid above average, right? And then suddenly when the summer rolls around, everyone became 30 centimeters. It felt like everyone gained 30 centimeters on me. You're on unit 69? Okay. You're on unit 69. Section 4, lesson 1. I see. Got about 20 units left in Duolingo. Oh, man. 1 foot is a standard ruler. Oh, that's how I did the conversion. So 1 foot, 12 inches times 3. It's not quite 3, but a little under 3. So 1 foot, 12 inches, multiply less than 3. Which, yeah, 30 centimeters. 2.5, yeah. 2.54. Yep. I either know the thing in centimeters or I had to do the conversion. Much like Japanese here. I either know the Japanese and then do the conversion, or do the conversion and know the Japanese. You gotta juggle all that stuff. In my opinion. Like for me, that's how I do it.
このカバンは素敵ですね。
Okay. このカバンは素敵ですね。Okay. This sorry. I started thinking about steaks again. This bag is steaky ですね。
あの帽子が欲しいです。
I'm gonna get in trouble for this. I just know it. When I start talking about steaks.
あの
Ano. Oh, hey, here's Ano. Ano. Oh, we're getting into that now. Okay. All right. It's your fault for the steaks? Yeah, you better own it, Tommy. From now on, whenever it's permanent now, Tommy, it's never gonna go away. You better own it. Every time I say steaky, I'm gonna think about this very moment.
あの
Just like owie. ano. No, I'm not trying to make it sound like a bad thing. It's actually how I remember things. So, way to be part of my mind palace. You are permanently in my mind palace. But to be honest, I think it's a good mnemonic. Just think a steak is always lovely. Indeed. Indeed. Steaky equals lovely. You got it. You got it. In the mind palace it goes, right? I was actually thinking about a steak. Like when I heard the phrase steak, I was thinking about a steak. Like a wooden steak. I don't know how we would convert that to lovely, but I was thinking more of a vampire. You know, like a wooden steak. You gotta love homophones. Okay, ano
帽子
帽子が欲しいです。So many thoughts going on in my head. Okay. 帽子が欲しいです。Or 帽子が欲しいです。Okay. I like that
あの
or both. Interesting. Okay. I like that. I like that steak. Sorry. I like that hat. Okay. I like that hat. I really like. Oh no. Okay.
が欲しいです。帽子
Oh no. It's I want that hat. Right. Hoshi. I want that hat over there, and they accept it. Oh. Wow. They're going really loose now. They didn't even they were fine with the implicit nature of over there. Huh. I'm still gonna put over there next time though. Good to know.
あの
Good to know. The implicit,
あの
the parenthetical implicit over there. Got it.
あの可愛いドレスが欲しいです。あの可愛いドレスが欲しいです。可愛いドレス
Why does this keep coming up?
が欲しいです。
500. I'm so curious where I'm going to use 500. Like, in what context am I going to use 500? Like, $500, like 500 yen? Like 500 when is 500 gonna come up?
あの可愛いドレスが欲しいです。あの可愛いドレスが欲しいです。
I'll kawaii dressu. Oh no, I gotta. I do not do that. Daresu. No.
あの可愛いドレスが欲しいです。
Doresu. Ga hoshi desu. Hoshi desu. Okay. I want that cute dress over there. Yes. Is Naomi famous? Oh, hey, I finally get to remember what that word is. Oh, it's Yume. Oh, that's not even close. Yeah, that's right. Yume. Immediately. Okay. Naomi. Son.
は有名ですか？
この財布は素敵ですね。
Kono saifu wa Seiki desu ne. Okay. This wallet, saifu wa steiki desu ne. Is lovely, isn't it? Here's the way that here's the unintended design, right? Since they capitalize letters, we can't get away with saying isn't it, isn't like isn't this wallet lovely, by taking those out. We gotta do it this way.
花さんの傘はいいですね。
Oh hey, EE.
いいですね。
Who? I don't think it's Lotus. It might be Lotus. It's either Lotus or Hideyoshi. It's either Lotus or Hideyoshi introduced the EE thing to me before this happened, before we learned it. I don't remember which person. I'm pretty sure it's either Lotus or Hideyoshi. So what was that? E is probably one of the more used words in the language. Not sure if it was me. Okay. I know someone did, but it's not Indie. Indie did not do it. Pretty sure it wasn't Indie. But remember, you're all gonna go into my mind palace here. The more details I remember on who tells me what, I can associate that with you. And you know you're going in the mind palace too, Lotus, because I'm always gonna remember every time I say konowa, I'm gonna think of you making the comment about the bell ringing, the alarm ringing. So every time like sonowa or konowa comes out of my mouth, I'm gonna think about the alarm bell that you mentioned. Mind palace. It's an honor, yes. That's how you form associations. Hana, like most of my life lessons I learned, I know where the origins. So a lot of my advices are built on people I remember what they're associated with. Hana-san no. I always pause on casa. I must just hate umbrellas. Every time I pause and see casa, I'm like, I blank out. I'm like, what does that even mean? I was like, oh yeah, umbrellas. If you go back, like, when was casa introduced? Probably like day 6 or 7 or something. And ever since, I always pause on casa. Naomi-san no casa wa ii desu ne. Ii desu.
いいですね。
Ii desu ne. Sounds good. Naomi-san no casa. Say what?
いいですね。
I guess it's going for nice, right? Yeah, I can see that. Wow, that's a little confusing. Okay. いいですね. Okay. Got it. Naomi's umbrella is nice, isn't it? No. Oh, Hana! What the? I don't want to talk about it. I clearly have a favorite. To heck with Hana. Naomi-san. The heck with Hana. Heck you.
あのスカートが欲しいです。
Okay. Aoi, right? No, I'm sorry. Ano? Right. Ano scato ga hoshi desu. Ano scato ga hoshi desu. Okay. Ano scato ga hoshi desu.
あのスカートが欲しいです。
Yeah. I would end here, technically. So, okay. Yeah, it's... So we have to put in the prepositional phrase. We'll put the prepositional phrase at the end, right? Scato ga hoshi desu. So, I want that skirt over there.
田中さんのカバンはいいですね。
One thing I'm gonna do in the future that I do look forward to. I don't know how long it took you, Lotus, to get to the end of Japanese Duolingo. However, when you get to the end of Japanese Duolingo, you can share with me. And when I get to the end of Japanese Duolingo, I want to change Duolingo to Japanese and learn English with the Japanese Duolingo. That's one of the things I want to do, because I really am super curious, and I will try my best not to use English subtext to learn the role reversal. That's kind of what I want to do way down the line. Learn English in the context of a different language and see how it does in the reverse order. It's not the greatest, but it's a way for me to really get the back and forth. Welcome back, Indy. Tanaka-san no kaban wa ii desu ne. Oh, you've been watching someone. Oh, that's a great. You know what? That's a great point. I could also watch someone. That's definitely been interesting to see how the English Duolingo works. Yeah, that's a good point. I should really watch somebody use that too. While in the meantime, I'm curious. I'm super curious. As long as provided I have enough time, right? This is gonna be the last lesson of the day, because we just had too much fun today. We had too much fun. The nice thing about studying at your own pace and self-study is you make your own schedules. And for the person that's not here anymore, and then everyone else that just chills, nothing is, in my opinion, for myself, nothing is more valuable than the contribution of somebody else's time. So if you're ever wondering, like, are you inconveniencing me on spending my time learning Japanese? It's like learning Japanese is secondary. Nothing is more valuable than someone else's time other than my own, right? So if it's a mutual use of time, it's always a mutual use of time. It circumvents any form of semantics or some sort of language. Doesn't hold a candle to emotional bonds and memories between people. Language is designed to serve that, right? Language was designed to allow people to do that, but it cannot substitute for the implicit relationships and trust between people. Language can try their best. So just as a really hitting something home, it's never a waste of time to argue, debate, and come out mutually respectful, right? Some people have other priorities. When someone is really focused on what is right and wrong, how to do things right and wrong, always being right, that's their prerogative. They can value their time more than other people. That's perfectly fine. I don't do that. And nothing is more valuable than the stories of other people, because I can always get my own story. My own story is within my control. But other people's inputs, you can't replace that. You can never replace that. As a human being, you are unable to legitimately do that. Literally. I've been watching Japanese people learn English, and it's great to hear that they're complaining about the same things I do in Japanese. So good. That's so good. Now I gotta watch. Oh man. Did you just plug people? Now I gotta watch. I have to watch. I'm just genuinely so curious, because the closest thing I can have to that experience is I go to Japan and I teach English, if you know what I mean. Like, that's probably like, if I had all the time in the world and I can just uproot everything I have and my obligations, I would go and teach someone, like do a language exchange. At least do a language exchange, which you still can do, by the way. I don't know if you guys ever considered that, because you guys are clearly more open-minded and like not refractory to emotional intelligence, right? So you can always do a language exchange. You like have first-hand feel, and I kind of want to do that. Although I can't do that like in this format because privacy, right? Privacy, confidentiality. But we're basically doing it as much as we can here, in a way. Obviously, none of us are native. I hope one of you two will become native-like. Wait, Lotus, would you consider yourself native-like at this point? I'm kind of curious. Because if you're native-like, then I guess it's kind of close. I mean, Tommy said 2 years. Definitely not, unfortunately. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just love messing around with different perspectives, and the way you frame language is a great example. I think it's the closest thing to basically hugging it out, or like bleeding for each other kind of thing, right? There's a lot of emotional and non-verbal communication that goes beyond what verbal communication can do. But the closest thing we have on the internet is this. It's language. And now I'm really curious. I want to know what Japanese people dislike or want to do away with in English, and see if I could actually speak that way. I'm always that's the stuff that I'm curious of. Would English be that awkward without articles? Like, what I mean by that is, if you practice not using English articles, would we miss articles? Because I think one of the first things my parents talk about, especially when they're picking up a loose English, is what the heck do articles even do? Like, well, you can... I don't know. That's what Dogen does with Japanese as a dual linguist, right? As a Japanese and English, he makes these skits about like, hey, so this is hana means flower, but hana also means nose. Like, what do you do? And then he does these skits, and I'm like, I want to hear the Japanese version of English, where they would just sit there. It's like, dude. What the heck? What is up with English? Why would you say it this way? That's what I want to hear. I want to hear those things. Honestly, I've had English for 9 years in school, and I don't remember anyone teaching us about articles. Tommy, that's exactly it. That's what I mean. I want to hear those things. Like, what if, because a lot of times when I'm hearing Japanese, right, it's always talking about I hear a lot of native speakers talk about like, oh yeah, but Japanese, we could refine this and then we can make it faster this way. I just don't, and I could say it as an English speaker, like, yeah, you know, but then I want to hear, what would a Japanese person learning English, what would they like stop on? What would they want to mold differently? And that stuff is super interesting. Like for me, we're making associations here, like Steaky, Owie, Motown, dude, Moe's, Moe's. That's something. And I want to understand enough Japanese, right? I want to understand enough Japanese so that when I can go look at a Japanese streamer, I'm able to at least feel or comprehend the Japanese enough on their commentary on English. And I can't do that right now because I'm not competent enough in Japanese. I can probably see the nonverbal communication far more than the language itself. So here, I'm doing the same now, investigating Japanese. I want to feel the other way. So in the future, that's what I plan on doing, even for myself personally. I want to experience an English product first. So an English product, right? English corporation, and how it appeals to someone who's using it to learn English or to the role reversal. I love talking about video games where they're Japanese video games. And then I can talk about all the things the English may have to compromise on. So I love playing Japanese video games that are both in Japanese and English. So when I play the English part, it's not about how much it sucks to your preference and all that stuff. It's about what is missing between the two languages. Like, what do the two languages have to bend over backwards for? And I would love to be able to do it in the reverse, where there's an English company or developer that makes a great English Witcher, for example. I mean, Witcher, so Polish, right? Speaking of Polish, the whole duality between Polish into English, then Polish to Japanese, or Polish to English, then English to Japanese. I want to know what that experience is like, where what is lost or had to compromise when a Western thing. That's what I want to know. That would be so much fun to investigate. I don't have enough competence in another language though, to really say much, other than, yeah, I can tell you what English doesn't do and what English does do really well. And you know what happens in Japanese games? Most of those situations and stuff, you would have to redo the whole scene. Like, I kid you not, it's just so difficult. Like, you can't, if a scene is like 3 minutes, right, and they're talking about something, it's an entirely different type of timing and stuff to get it. So what they have to do is they have to bend over backwards to try to restrict and conserve the way English works. So, I mean, Japanese could just sit there and say "soka," and it'd be like 3 sentences in English just to communicate that same feeling. I'm exaggerating, obviously, but that's kind of the feel that I'm thinking of. Okay, Miss or Mr. Let's go with Mr. Like, for example, this Mr. Tanaka. What are we working with here? Kaban? Kaban is nice, isn't it? Sorry. I'm thinking of this documentary of this guy who has a girlfriend. He has an eidetic memory. He has like a emotional eidetic memory, and he talked about his girlfriend where his girlfriend would tell him like every time you like speak Japanese and then you ask a question, she subconsciously think he's torquing his head 45 degrees, and I'm like, isn't it? No, I don't know where that comes. It's a lot of anime, you know, anime perceptions growing up or something, and it goes both ways. Where like, isn't it? Nah. And then every time I ask, isn't it? I feel like I want to tilt my head just because it's humorous.
姉のドレスは赤いです。
姉 okay. 姉の I'm so not used to seeing katakana with the dakuons.
ドレスは
Yeah. ドレスはAkai. Oh, Akai. Right. I know this. Akai desu. They're bringing back red. It's the other Aoi. Oh, I have a question for you, Tommy. When you say red, do you also mean orange in Polish? We had this discussion a little bit before with Indy. Indy and I had this discussion. Akai, at least in actually blue earlier when he was talking about Mandarin and Cantonese, a lot of times red and orange is still red. So orange is still red. It's two different colors in Polish. Yeah, I don't know if you gathered that or not. But a lot of times when Japanese see orange, they describe it as akai. And that's not as uncommon as it may sound. It's not specific to Japanese. My parents, when they see orange, they tell me it's red. So whenever they ask like, I want that color, right? I want that color. And I'm like, okay, so I'll get that color. And they would learn to tell people that it's red. Oh, you thought it was blue and green? It's also blue and green. It's also blue and green. Any slight color shift. So orange is adding yellow. Blue to green is adding yellow. So red, when you add yellow, you get orange. Blue, when you add yellow, you get green. So oftentimes they would summarize blue and green the same way as red and orange. And it actually happens with my Chinese parents. When they say like red, it's like, well, how do I describe this color? And I say it's orange. Yeah, there's a slight, yeah. But what I mean is the color hue shift is very simple. Oh, there is a slight difference. Oh, wow, that's a big difference. Well, do they use the terms for blue and green, or do they see blue and they see green and they like interchange between them? As in, what I mean is their perception of blue and green attached to words. Do they just call it blue anyways or green anyways? If you know what I mean? So like the whole red and orange thing is because my parents know it's a different color shade, but they would still call it red, which is the weirdest thing. And then that's led into the whole Asianese thing where I always describe to my parents like, remember, the color orange is less red. Yeah, but for example, on a green traffic light, they say, yeah, see, that's exactly what I mean. They would say a blue light, wouldn't they? It would say, aoi, yeah. See, that's what I mean. And it's so funny. I had this discussion so many times with my parents. Because when they want to buy something, you always have to ask what color it is. And the color comes up a lot. And especially red, by the way. Because, you know, Chinese. Red is a very important symbolic color. So is for Japanese people, obviously. Red and orange. Reddish orange comes up a lot. So a lot of times when they ask for something reddish orange, they get red. And I always have to remind my parents, like, my parents would come up like, what is this color again? I'm like, it's orange. It's orange, Ma. And he would say, well, this is red. I was like, well, it's orange. The word is orange. Red, less red, okay? Just less red. I don't think it will ever work though. If you go up to an English speaker and say, oh, this is less red, what color do you think you're gonna get? I don't know, actually. I've never tried it. I never went up to someone and say, can I have a less red, oh, pink. Yeah, you would get pink, wouldn't you? Oh, yeah, you could get pink. True. That's a good point. You would get pink. That's a fair point. I didn't even think about pink. Kind of like washed out, right? The red is washed out, so there's less red. Good call, good call. My science side of me is about to burst out. I'm gonna I'm gonna refrain from getting all sciencey here, because really that's kind of partially true. That's kind of less red. Kind of. It's like you're seeing more red, or you're seeing more colors. That's why it's washed out. But or you're getting more light waves. I'm talking about optics now. But yeah, less red. Anyways.
姉のドレスは赤いです。
姉のドレス、ダレス。ドレスは。ドレス。Oh gosh. Sorry, don't worry. I just need to focus. 姉のドレスは赤いです。そう。姉の right? 姉のドレスは赤いです。If I think about a faded red, it's usually pink. It's for lack of a better phrase, it's whitewashed, right? It's a white, quote unquote, material that is more reflective, so to speak, is added in to make it less red because more light is given off. It's absorbing less red. The fabric is legitimately absorbing less red waves, so to speak, I think. A way to think about it, I suppose. Like, get someone to think, what is less red? It means there's less red on the fabric, so it's pink. Okay.
姉。
Right? So, yeah. What? Oh yeah, I was right. Okay, my older sister's doresu is red.
ケンさんの新しい財布はいいですね。
Okay. ケンさんの新しい
ケンさんの新しい財布はいいですね。
Okay, 新しい Oh wait.
ケンさんの新しい財布はいいですね。
Saifu. Yeah. Saifu. Oh man. I'm so used to expecting a particle. You know what? Now I'm kind of thinking Japanese should add a particle for each adjective here. Sorry. More particles, please. Can I have more particles? No. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, guys. Don't. I love the particle system. It helps you like break up the. Wait, they do? Wait, do they have a particle system for? Oh, is it E? Is it why there's an E? Wait, hold up. I only know that there's a particle system when you have more than one adjective, right? Someone already spoiled that. Where if you have a bunch of adjectives, like adverbs, they have a particle system for that. Oki nai new. This is how you actually say big dog. Okay, oki inu. Oh, oki. Oh. Okina inu. Interesting. So you telling me that I could say, does it work here too? Where I could say like atarashi na waifu? Does that work? So Ken-san no atarashi na Saifu wa ii desu ka? Ii desu ne. Ii desu ne. Oh no, I'm gonna get caught and nayed all the time. Oh, and I do have to end soon. Like I'm having way too much fun just talking about Japanese than actually learning about Japanese. Or the literal learning of Japanese. And I'm not actually sure if that one is a E adjective. Yeah, so I assume then the reason why this is it is because atara shii, right? Atara shii, maybe E. Atarashi. Maybe the E is like taking place of the particles, because right now my crutch that I'm openly using is I'm stopping at every particle, or I'm trying to get used to clustering at every particle, then speed it up at some point. Some of them like ru, where you do like irei na, okay. Oh, okay. Or cute, okay, I see. Irei na. I see. Fair enough. So Ken's atarashi Saifu wa atarashi new saifu wa ii desu ne.
山口さんの新しい帽子はいいですね。
山口さんのyeah, so 山口さんの新しい I feel like you just stopped there. Atarashi blah 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 blah. Sorry. Which one was this? Boshi. Yeah, Boshi. Hat. So Boshi wa ii desu ne. So Yamaguchi-san no tarashi, right? Atarashi boshi wa ii desu ne. Just those are my pauses there in terms of like deconstructing the stuff for now. So Miss Yamaguchi's no atarashi new hat wa nice isn't it?
花さんの傘はいいですね。
How did I screw this one up? Oh, I favored Naomi. It's Hana. So, Hana-san no kasa wa ii desu ne. Okay. Hooray! 250. Oh my gosh. Wow. I have been slacking today. Alright. It's okay. It's okay. We had a lot of fun. Do you like that method where you teach something the wrong way to have it corrected later? I do. So the difference here is it's kind of funny that you say the wrong way to have it corrected later. What's the best way to describe this? The question is, do I correct it later or do it go away? Right? So if I were playing quarter notes and I only played each measure, am I doing it incorrect after piecing it back together? So for example, like if you were to play one measure of a song, right? If you had like 6 measures and you played each measure separately, and you continue to play each measure separately until you can put it back together, right? Is that the wrong way or the correct way? I don't know. The true answer here is I don't know. Part of my learning process, this is the correct way for my learning process. So how do I get to English fluency? You have an interesting question about this actually? Okay. So we can try to talk about this before the end because I need to head out for today. Today is a half day. I usually go for another like 3 or 4 hours probably. Yeah, that's a very good question. It's a very intellectually and emotional question, but largely intellectually. I'm gonna say it's the wrong way if you want to sound like a Japanese person. For me, I learn things by clustering. So in a way, I prefer to learn Japanese proficiently than not Japanese at all, I guess. Have you guys ever learned a word incorrectly in your native language, like when you were a kid and hear a word said the wrong way and you learned it that way? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, this one is where it's context dependent, unfortunately. Because of the English's flexibility, it is the wrong way, but it's also acceptable. So I know this sounds oxymoronic, right? Oxymoronic, but English accepts multiple wrong ways. Yeah, so English is often corrected formally, but also not corrected informally, right? And the question you're asking here is wrong and right tends to deal with fluency, right? To deal with fluency, and fluency tends to be what's the end game? Communication. So would I say someone, but didn't you have some words stuck with you the wrong way? That's a good question. That's a very good question. Do I have words that are stuck in the wrong way? I think in this case, if I'm gonna suggest my own personal take on this, since my learning method is often contextualized from its origins. I guess I prefer to retrain something than not train at all. So it takes me less time to unlearn something than to learn something. I'm learning, someone like me, I get really, really used to unlearning something and learning something, and not really unlearning something, integrating the things that I know into something else. So for example, I don't unlearn something. I learn that this is associated with it. So for example, hear me out. If, say, I don't have a good English version, but I have a good Japanese from an English perspective version. So for example, if you say Akuma, right? Akuma. I'm pretty sure it's Akuma. Right? And this is an English example. The reason why I'm saying Akuma versus Akuma is that Akuma is the English name designation of a very particular Street Fighter character. And this happens a lot in any Japanese, like when you're playing video games. So like, for example, Tatsugeki or Totsugeki or Tosugeki, right? Tosugeki. And do I say both? I mean, sometimes I say both. The reason why it's not wrong or right to me is because they're associated. So I guess I'm taking an English approach to this. So when someone says, that ain't right. That ain't right. Whoa. That isn't right, per se. It doesn't affect my way of understanding that person. So generally, I wouldn't go out of my way to correct it. I could tell them that that isn't right. And you can choose to use that ain't right or that isn't right. There's a time and place for it, right? So unfortunately, I guess my short answer here is it's English. If it was Japanese, I could understand why someone would unlearn something and just forget about it. I try not to forget about mistakes, quote unquote, wrong and right ways. That's very effective in teaching people stuff. So for example, if you unlearn something, you become blind to it. So say, I'm trying to think of a good English example that I've learned incorrectly. A word. See, this is showing what I mean by unlearning stuff. Now I can't think of examples. And that's terrible, in my opinion. It's terrible because then the problem has to come up first. Oh, duct tape? Duct tape. Yes. So, if I thought it was duct tape, right? If I thought it was duct tape, I would always know it's duct tape and duct tape. To remember duct tape, right? Duct tape, I would know duct tape. If you know what I mean. So what I mean is, I don't unlearn duct tape. I add on to duct tape. So the fun, like when you say mnemonics, right? The difference between a mnemonic and a wrong way is that a mnemonic is often a euphemism for being useful. A habit, like a bad habit, is something you want to unlearn. But I generally don't unlearn something. I use it as a way to learn something. So going back to what Indy asked about, does it bother you that you're learning something the wrong way to correct it later? It's not the wrong way to get to the to be corrected. It's the way I take to get to the corrected way. To get to the right way. So to get to the desired way, I do it this way because it paves the road for that. As kids, we don't think this way. Usually we don't. And I'm 37. So I don't think this way anymore. In fact, if you do think this way, you're going to struggle a lot as an adult. So if you start thinking about learning the right way from the start, you're going, in my opinion, you're going to struggle as an adult learner. So learning process to me fundamentally changed once you are no mechanically naive anymore. So, intellectually naive. So when you are intellectually naive as a kid, you are a great mechanical learner. So you form the habits and the foundations for those mechanics. So yes, that's great. It's great advice to learn, quote unquote, the right way, because they have to develop intellectual awareness to be able to integrate new knowledge. As an adult, you no longer learn that way. In my opinion, the hot take here is you no longer learn that way once you reach 18 plus. It's arbitrary, but I usually think by 18, you'll probably encounter your first intellectual interference. Basically, the first time you're going to ask yourself, do I unlearn something because I'm learning something that is substituting for it? And I personally, how to retain the most amount of skills, if you're a skill seeker like me, I suppose, if you like learning things, you don't abandon what you learn, you integrate what you learn. So all your experiences of learning decreases the learning curve of your future experiences. So I'm approaching Japanese this way because I don't want to throw away my learning experience. I don't choose to learn the Japanese way. I choose to learn the English way integrated into the Japanese way. Much like a lot of adult people who tries to acquire a new skill, what they attempt to do is try to forget all their bad habits instead of working their habits into their learning experience. So I already know what my habits are. I already know a lot of intellectual practices that I have done in English all the time. Instead of spending an inexorbitant amount of effort to try to unlearn the whole year, like all my life's experiences of learning, I choose to use it. Sometimes the most process of learning is the most enjoyable, in my opinion. Yes, it is. And guess what? What is more interesting than learning how to integrate and challenging yourself how to integrate what you already learned into something new? You're always changing the way you learn instead of having someone else decide how you learn it. If you think about that just for a moment. So I'm not just learning because someone else told me how to learn the best. I'm learning because I'm learning how to integrate everything I've learned before into something that's new. So the challenge here is to develop a new way of learning. That's for myself. So it just so happens that there's another Asian American who speaks English who's acquiring Japanese as a second language, then perhaps that experience is transferable to that person. Otherwise, the way I'm learning is to demonstrate the process of how I take my previous experience and mold it into something useful. So I rarely ever have the problem of saying my habit is bad, my habit is undesirable. I need to spend the next year undoing several years of my life before only to acquire a new skill. No, I'm just gonna bend everything and make it something. So someone asked me like, well, then you won't sound like a native Japanese speaker. It's like, well, I'm not a native Japanese speaker. I'm an English speaker trying to understand Japanese. it's not everyone's desire, right? Like, it's up to you. You can spend the next year or two trying to learn the right way by undoing everything you've learned before. I just choose not to. So when someone says, well, you're never going to sound Japanese, I'm like, I'm not trying to sound Japanese. I'm trying to sound an English person who speaks Japanese, because I don't abandon my heritage and my identity. I want to be something more than that, in my opinion. That could hurt some people, like, purists and whatnot, and I agree. If your aim is to sound just like Japanese people, you are probably going to have to unlearn something. I don't want to sound like just any Japanese person. I want to sound like a Chinese American who speaks Japanese. And learning process is unique to me. So I don't ever sell hot takes on how to learn. I share ideas so that other people can continue to build on their learning process instead of constantly destroying their learning process. This was always boggling my mind. Why we don't mind listening to Hindu people speaking with their weird English accent, but everyone expects a Japanese learning speaking everyone expects a person learning Japanese to speak with perfect Japanese accent. Yeah, it's a cultural dissonance, right? It's a cultural dissonance. I sort of talked about this a little bit about I used English as the example instead of Hindu, because we're talking about Hindu people speaking with an English accent, and English is culturally acceptable and tolerant. It's the system. So I agree that I will offend or I will not conform to Japanese speaking. So I will get flack for having not like pronouncing Japanese with a Japanese accent. It's inherently cultural, right? Learning the Japanese language will teach you indirectly or intuitively that Japanese is a conformist society. It's a society that has lots of dictation rules, and that's the elegance and that's the elegance and the charm of Japanese. Meanwhile, on the English side, it's messy and accepting. So for better or for worse, that kind of seems like I love English accents. Tommy, you probably have a really wonderful speaking English accent. If you trained out your English accent, like your Polish English accent, that to me kind of dwarfs the English culturalism, in my opinion. And it's not for everyone. Like I know I'm gonna have opponents on this, but English accents make you very identifiable. It makes you charming because you're adding something to the English language. But that's a non-conformist approach. It's the English is widely used, so what's chicken or the egg? Is the tolerance of English because it's widely used, or because it's widely used and therefore English is more tolerant, right? So, but I'm an exception. Most Polish people have trouble with the English accent. Yeah. So for me, that's the irony here, Tommy. Like for me I consider myself pretty well educated in English, at least. I absolutely love the English language. When I go to a university, I don't expect to hear everyone speak the same English accent. I legitimately do not. It is not the social norm for a highly educated place to have not have everyone sound exactly the same or strive to sound the same. They attempt to articulate and communicate their idea by working with what they have, not against what they have. In my opinion, in my personal opinion, that is the way. So when you get higher in a academic setting, English accents become norm. It's actually the norm not to hear the same English accent. I'm actually surprised how often I don't hear like when I meet another Asian American, right? If I meet another Asian American, I get a little surprised if that person sounds exactly like me, like with the same accent, pitch accent, and all that, or even the same speech pattern for that matter. Like speech pattern, cadence, intonation, and emphasis. If it's the same, it's the weirdest thing in English. Like it is so weird to hear yourself reflected in their speech pattern. I hope that when you go and see another Chinese American talk, they don't sound like me in English. As in, like, if you're into Japanese as much as you think you are with pitch accents, cadence, mora, all that stuff, now go to each American speaker and you can probably point out how they're different. Their tone, right? Their tone and range might be similar, like a man sounds kind of closer to another man than, you know, a woman sounds closer to another woman. But when you get into the nitty-gritty of the mora, the beats, the emphasis, the pitch accents of Japanese, and then you go back to English, you'll notice that everyone speaks very differently. It's almost uncategorizable once you get to that level of detail. And that's what I hear in English. When I hear someone choose words, like for example, I had a little debate earlier, just that person's that word has given the person away. So in English, there's no right way of, like, there's no right or wrong way of doing things. They're just your ways of doing things. And there are lots of patterns associated with those things. And there's plenty of them. And it's endless. So as long as you continue to explore those patterns, you can read into someone's subtext. Like, for example, the very obvious pattern is negation. English people, they can choose to sound negating all the time, or they can choose to sound affirmative. It's neither rude or happy, or it's contextually based. So someone who's they can smile and speak all negative sentences. Would that be considered negative or positive to someone? Well, it's gonna be like, it depends. In Japanese, it's like, if you add des, which was the root of that argument earlier, if you add des, it's polite, it's more polite. Well, how do you do that in English? I can tell you many different patterns you can approach in making your English softer, as in more articulate in a way. So generally speaking, I sound the way I sound because of my historical background, my education. You could add sir to be more polite. Ooh, but that could also be submissive and condescending. Like, for example, you can be submissive. Sir, yes, sir, right? Submissive. Or you can say, sir, yes, sir. As in, like, you're not really, it's not committed. So you're more like undermining the person. So it's, oof. And you can't do that flexible, in my opinion, because I don't know enough about Japanese yet. You can't flex that much, or else you're going to get a different meaning. I guess it can be more dominant also, yes. So you can't, and you have to be really careful, right? Yeah, and you have to be really careful with Japanese, because you might actually end up saying something different, like literally different, because of your pitch accent. But in English, it's not the meaning it's not like the literal word has changed, it's the undertone. And I absolutely love, like, have you ever listened, here's the thing, if you have an Italian influencer, right, check out an Italian influencer and pay attention to how their English express anger versus how a, like, Irish person's English expresses anger. It's so different, and it's all acceptable. And somehow, as a native English speaker, if you have enough exposure, you can actually misread someone. Like, the reason why I picked Italian and Irish is because I actually have personal experience with this. But a lot of times when I had a boss who's Italian, and her volume doesn't suggest anger a lot of times because she has an Italian accent, right? And that Italian accent also has higher range, like a higher volume. The volume is consistently higher. So when she sounds like she's angry, she's not angry, right? It's just the volume is higher. It's her Italian accent. My parents will always sound like my parents, but I can still understand them if they try to speak English, right? So it's kind of one of those things like, am I learning Japanese wrong? The answer is yes. I am learning Japanese wrong. For Japanese speaking. Do I learn the best that way? Quote unquote. If you're talking about learning the best, or like maybe speed, for example, speed, my thought is an absolute no. I don't work against myself. I always work with myself. I don't beat myself up because of the things I don't want in myself. I don't allow people to tell me that, oh, that part of you sucks for Japanese. It's like, well, you know what? I'm just gonna have to suck it up in that way. It's also relative, yes. And that's the idea. But that doesn't stop you from a conformist perspective of what is the best way, right? So naturally, it's not a coincidence that we're still having this conversation now with company that possibly are more open-minded. So those that aren't here are the ones that do not believe the best method is relative, if you know what I mean. Like, subconsciously they have, in my opinion, a cognitive dissonance. They may say it's all relative, but they're projecting the best way. You are projecting, your actions are suggesting there is a best way by saying there is a correct way and there's a wrong way. That is creating zeros and ones, which makes best methods and worst methods possible. And that's perfectly acceptable. It doesn't go both ways though. This person will tell me I'm just BSing and stuff, and they move along. That's fine. And I'm not hurt about it because I know that I will have opponents, right? Opponents that will say, well, you're doing it wrong. Like, I agree with you. To you, you believe I'm doing it wrong. I'm not going to gaslight you and say it's not the wrong way. Because if you believe it's the wrong way, then it is the wrong way. Don't tell me to feel wrong about it. That's a whole different story. Like, if you're trying to convince me that I should think it's the wrong way, then I'm too old for that, man. I mean, I'm only 37 and I still feel too old about that. Imagine going up to a 60-year-old and telling them like, hey, you've been doing this your whole entire life wrong, and you're like this 27-year-old, like, say, I'm a native speaker. I'm gonna go up to this 60-year-old and say, your whole life was wrong. That's gonna be an uphill battle for you. I'm 37. I know my methods. I love to take in new things, but they're always going to be different. Like, for example, Tommy, whatever way you learn in Japanese, I'll take it from you. Give me that. Give me that information. Indy, whatever he feels like shining and like sharing and stuff, I'm going to take that. It's just not going to be replacing anything I'm doing. It's going to be added to what I'm doing. I don't want to forget my experiences. I don't want to unlearn things. I want to add them. It's always adding. You're building on top of things. You're not breaking down things. That's a young person's perspective, in my opinion. And I do teach sometimes. I don't really talk to a lot of young people. Like, I really don't talk to a lot of young people. Like, really, really young. It's actually very difficult for me to do. I have an unpracticed skill. So I generally have a cutoff at like 16 or 17.
and anyone older, because they typically will have statistically likely to have certain experiences that allow them to understand some of this or maybe resonate. So for me, the life lesson here is you take whatever is offered, be grateful about it, be gracious as much as you can, and you build it in your own image. If you're 25 plus now, the thing that stands out most is your own image, at least in the American way. Like, if you're in the United States, the thing that makes you stand out the most is how you build on top of everything. Not you're gonna be the same as someone else. When you be the same as someone else, we're talking about something else now. We're talking about like the Japanese culture, right? And that is a great way if you're living in Japan. If you want to be like someone else because the rules and stuff are strict, be a great businessman, you must behave this way. Like, that's great. I don't live in Japan. That's why when someone says they want to move to Japan, I'm like, I hope you have the mindset and you're immersed in Japanese culture, because Japanese culture is a monocultural thing. They're brilliant in the way that they do it consistently, because if you look at their language that we're learning and looking at how their culture is projected through their language, be aware that if you go to Japan and you say Duolingo sucks, Japan is not for you. That's a really big leap. But when you say the system sucks and you blame the system, Japan is not a culture that you want to head into. Because the last thing Japanese people would do is blame the system. They would blame themselves. Like, it's the fault is in the person. So if you can't convince someone something, that's not how Japanese culture works. The system works. You bend to the system, right? Because the system is what keeps all the standards and stuff consistent. That's why I love Japanese and the Japanese culture. I'm not sure if I'm willing to want to become Japanese. I have no goal of becoming more Japanese. I always want to be a gaijin, right? A gaijin from the outside who can communicate at least appropriately to a Japanese person. Because my place, it might sound like a nationalistic thing but I can never be pure anything. I'm Asian American. What am I gonna do? My parents always tell me like, well, that's not what Chinese people do. Like, yeah. Different lens. I'm a Chinese household raised kid in a multi-white American generational background. So is it the wrong or the right way? It's my way. It's my way. So here's a fun thing, and I think Indy, I don't know if Indy likes being that. I like being told that I do something different. So what I mean is, wow, you're wasting your time doing something no one else does. Good. Awesome. I mean, I'm a content creator, but loosely, I'm a casual content creator. What do I have to offer? Well, I like to offer conversation and topics, hopefully not like 100 million people cover at the same time. If you want to learn Japanese the correct way, go to the 100,000 like content creators who teach you Japanese in the very specific way they do. That reflects a standard. If you're here to talk about Japanese and talk about how all the weird things you do and all the weird things you think about, I'm here with you. I'm absolutely here with you. Tell me all the weird things you do that someone is telling you is wrong or right or very good or very not, because that's what I'm here for. Why interact with a human being when you don't pay attention to what they do? Like, that's aggressive. But generally speaking, I do not resonate with people who see what they think is right and expect others to behave the same way. That is kind of the Japanese way, in a sense, because everyone's expected to behave within a realm. I want to see, tell me what you're embarrassed about, and I will convince you. Thankfully, no one says to me I'm learning wrong. Like, if someone tells you you're learning wrong, all I can tell you is, if you give me 15 to 30 minutes, I can probably at least share with you why I don't think it's wrong and how you could turn your learning experience into something that benefits you and also possibly make people hate you less, I guess. Make people think you're less wrong, I suppose. But I don't develop my learning methods because it was right or wrong. I develop my learning methods and approaches because I learn all the ideas from other people and I took what I want from them. They shared it. Hey, how do I approach Japanese? I watched 50 influencers and I sort them by their influence count, like their social media, like impact, like just did some very, it's a little bit more than that. And then I watch some of their stuff overlapping and I decided to take very specific elements of every single person's take and I mold it into this. So I decided to cluster particles because I believe particles are the most elegant parts in the Japanese language. So I even speak, all my speech and writing revolves around particle separation. Did any of them do that? No, they really actually didn't. Actually, they discouraged that. Well, most of them. But the stuff they said, all the 50 influencers, they had specific patterns that I really liked. Like the emphasis on pitch accents, or the emphasis on homophones, or the Mora, lots of Mora lectures. Like all of them had different emphasis. So I only took I know what they did, but now I took all the things that are most attractive to me. Because like you said, learning, if you're motivated to learn and you're learning the way you feel comfortable and are always encouraging to yourself, you're gonna learn it. Are you gonna learn it identically to all the other people? No, absolutely not. Am I ever going to sound like a native speaker? No, probably not. But you know what I would love? Because I speak like jank Japanese, at least there are going to be a lot of people who share with me how they speak Japanese. Because I'm not representing a country of speakers that I can't possibly represent. Like, I don't want to be something I'm not. That's kind of weird, so to speak. So if I ever move to Japan, for example, I am there to be an English person in Japan. As in, if I go to Japan, the things that I do is to spread my identity with Japan, not against Japan. I don't want to be a person who tells Japan to unlearn their things because I think it's better. And I hope that mutually they don't tell me that what I am is wrong and unlearn that. So I'll give the olive branch to the other person. And learning is the same way. And this is a great digression because we're going to go in and I'm going to section this off. And it's a great way to say that if you're on the internet, right? I know that there are a lot of people who subconsciously intuit wrong and right and best. Even if they say like, oh yeah, you know, I try to take it at my own pace and stuff. But you are bombarded every single day. When you watch sensational stuff, you know, the best of stuff, it's not that you don't believe that it's relative. It's the idea that your behavior will intuitively become that. As in, you can't help but feel guilty. Like, man, I should be working on my kana right now. Like, ooh, like every day someone keeps saying like kana is really important. Even if you believe it's relative, it will probably not get you to feel any better about how many times you're reminded. So I know that you're thankful that nobody says to you you're learning wrong. And here's the funny deep cut. If you're in Japan, a Japanese person is probably likely not going to approach you and say you're learning it wrong. There are a lot of cultural politeness, even in American society. There's a lot of cultural politeness where there's enough awareness to say that maybe I shouldn't go and tell someone that they're wrong outright. Although it does happen a lot more in Western society than Eastern society. Because generally speaking, if you're seen as a foreigner, spoken from a Chinese perspective, I suppose, sort of a Chinese perspective, my parents wouldn't go out of their way to tell someone that what you're doing is wrong. It's public politeness. You may try to hint or demonstrate that you do it differently, but it's aggressively impolite to suggest that someone's way of living is different as long as their mindset is correct. So it's a double standard. My parents see me as, by extension, a Chinese person, so they have no problems telling me that what I'm doing is not Chinese. When that person is clearly not Chinese, right? They don't have the motivation necessarily. They can tolerate the idea that, oh, this person is a gaijin. Let's be tolerant and be polite. So that's kind of the irony here when it comes to comparing a Western speaker, a native Western speaker, like English is my primary language, versus Japanese. And that thing that you said about how it still baffles you to this day, where people who learn Japanese are expected to have Japanese perfect pitch, I think that puts a smile on my face, because what that's telling me is those people, they're really getting into the Japanese culture. Like, what I mean is, imagine learning Japanese when you were young. Yeah, they usually cut foreigners some slack. Yeah, it's because their mindset is you're a foreigner. And I like that. I like that Japan has a culture that emphasizes being tolerant of foreigners while also embracing the harshest, strictest expectation of their own people. That goes with China as well. It's kind of the whole Asian thing, right? So when someone wants to be them, if you learn their language, you kind of end up sounding like that. Me and Indy, I was like talking to Indy briefly. It's like, man, it's kind of an irony here, but we act more and more Japanese the more and more Japanese we learn, because we're constantly reinforcing rules. Like, eventually you become more Japanese than you would like learning like, that's why when learning a language, you can get immersed in their culture indirectly, because the language really does reflect a lot of the mannerisms and culturalisms of the country. Japanese language and its writing system is not very tolerant to, breaking the rules. So naturally, even though we're a group of all secondary Japanese learners, we are acting way more strict than we would with our English, because the rules and stuff are incredibly important in the Japanese language. So you can't help but normalize that. So yeah, I think it's acceptable to some extent, as long as no feelings are hurt, I suppose. It's acceptable that someone is very critical about my pronunciation in Japanese. That's basically intuiting the Japanese culture. You are intuiting, not intellectually being aware though. I focus more on intellectual awareness, in my opinion. I'm perfectly acceptable and not like, I'm not offended when someone comes in and say, well, you're pronouncing Japanese incorrectly. This is the right way to pronounce Japanese. Like, absolutely. Can I do it? Kind of yes. I'm going to say kind of yes, if I really tried. Do I want to? And when someone asks me that question instead, you got my full attention. Because the first thing you have to ask when it comes to an English culturalism is you got to ask them what they want to do first. You don't assume what they want to do. It's a lot easier and more consistent in Japanese to assume what they want to do. They want to speak perfect Japanese. That's the goal. Would I ever tell any like if there's a Japanese speaker who comes to me and say, I want to learn English. It's like, well, first, I already talked about this like a couple of times ago for like an hour or two. The first thing you have to do is understand that your English is going to be different. So you actually like to learn the wrong way method after all? Here's my thing, right? I want to stay connected to my language, to my language of choice. So when someone is worried, like I get this a lot, and I speak to a lot of Polish people ironically because I typically stream way before. I used to play games where it's usually that time zone. So Poland, Germany, Netherlands, and occasionally Scandinavian, right? Sorry, Finland, Norway, and Sweden, but Scandinavian. And a lot of times they don't say much and they don't express much because the first thing they think about is, oh, my English isn't good enough, or my English, there was a linguist who came in and said, oh yeah, this doesn't matter. It really does matter. And I'm going to drill this point again. In English, you have to know what the baseline is. And the culture behind English. When you speak, to me at least, and a large majority of native speakers, you're gonna get the genuine response like, oh, your English is quite good. Like, actually, most people's countries, you know, the stereotype where, oh my gosh, these Japanese people speak English better than the vast majority of English speakers in the United States or something, because the baseline is different. All that harshness of monocultural conformists sets a higher baseline. So, in fact, I actually agree with most people. Say like, oh yeah, your baseline level of English comprehension, even as a secondary language in a different country, is higher. But that's the charm of English. Like, you should not feel guilty of an ESL because it's really tolerable to that. Like, are you afraid of breaking rules in English? Don't be. So that is kind of the thing that what I'm talking about, where you have to understand the culturalism, in my opinion. Immerse in the culture, learning the language. In Japanese, you're gonna learn to get it right. You better get it right. Yeah, English is now, yeah, I just read that before on the headlines just recently, that English has now become the most spoken language in the world. You know, it used to be it used to be collectively the Indian language, or collectively the Chinese language, like collectively, as in collecting all the dialects and the regions and stuff. But now English is the most spoken. And I think for better or for worse, if an English speaker should take the opposite mentality than a Japanese speaker. Basically, when someone says, oh, I don't know how to pronounce this. Is this wada? Like, I think it's wada. Isn't it water? And I'm like, yeah. I mean, it is. If it is, I know what you're saying. It's water. So, go for it. Like, what if I pronounced it like, skirto? It's like, I know you're saying skirt, dude. It's fine. Just say skirto. It's fine. Like, that's, and then they can choose Here it is. Here's the big wraparound to the initial question to this. They can choose WADA. Yeah, WADA. Exactly. In Boston is WADA. WADA. Like W-A-W. WADA. Or water. Water. So you add the A-W. Like aw. Kind of thing. So it goes back to the beginning of the whole like oh no, I lost my segue. Back to beginning. I think English just requires a different embracing. So you learn something quote unquote your way, which could be the wrong way, and then you learn to adapt that into a way that you want. So I'm using that same approach here. Will I ever get to the correct way in Japanese? There is a chance. There's a chance I might. I always start with my way. So I have to learn my way. That is pretty much all the ideas of the right way, but just like Frankenstein together. Am I going to create bad habits that will constantly reinforce something that isn't the right way? Absolutely. Absolutely, Tommy. So when you're saying, do I ever have an English word that I've been using incorrectly for a while? There probably are, and I had to be reminded of it. But that's not the point of English. The point of English is you learn as much as you can your way, and you adopt new ways as you go. As opposed to in Japanese, there's only one way, and if you don't adopt that way, you're always going to be wrong. So yeah, I'm gonna go through stages. I'm gonna sound like a pep. So when I learned new vocabulary today was my vocabulary day. So I did no reviews. So I will always sound terrible in the beginning. In English, you'll always sound like you in the beginning. That's it. Period. At least from my perspective, I will never tell, I won't, 99% of the time, I won't say someone like, hey, you're learning this new vocabulary. How do you think this word is pronounced? And then they say, it's like, start there. That's it. Just start there. One day you'll hear it enough and you'll get it. Whatever way it is. It'll be close enough. In Japanese, like, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. You said that wrong. You don't want to like get stuck saying that wrong. It's getting really late. Oh yeah, I know. It's wow. Yeah, it's almost 2:30, right? Where you are? Probably 2:30 a.m. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Tommy. I really appreciate the candor. It's pretty awesome to meet a Polish person who learned English as a second language and then went on to learn Japanese. No, I really appreciate it. Thanks. Yeah, sleep well. I'm gonna wrap up here. I'm a little over. Okay, so what can we say on a hot take? On a hot take, I have to apologize in advance to Japanese speakers, right? And to that one guy, I've been using that one guy as today as a reference, but I'm sure that guy is really good with Japanese and know a lot of things about Japanese, way more than I do at this point, because I am playing catch up. I hope that guy speaks incredible Japanese, right? And I basically failed to express in English what I meant. And maybe I'll do better next time, probably. Be able to identify that des, for better or for worse, Duolingo drilled it into me that des helps me associate something else. So whenever I see the word des, I remind myself of pronouns. So maybe that'll go away. I'll untrain that, or not really untrain it. I'll know now that I'll have this discussion, right? So now I'll always know that I can remove des Isn't that great? Like, what I mean is, did I learn something wrong to correct it later? I didn't. Because I know that I can place des in there. It'll remind me of the pronouns, and I know I can remove it to sound less polite. And I also know that most people don't think des serves another function. There you have it. How's that work? I tell stories to remember things. I personally think the biggest hot take is, why spend all your time trying to forget things you spent time doing? That is just... Oh, I just said the just thing. I'm not going to try to make it sound too simple. It is highly illogical to me, irrationally compromising, to think the best, a more desirable way to learn and acquire skills is by first spending all that time unlearning things up to this moment. You don't have to unlearn things when you are young. You can even choose some occasions to unlearn things. And guess what? Those young people unlearn them. So what am I saying? Someone plays baseball, they quit and play basketball. When you ask them 30 years later, do you remember how to play baseball? They're going to say no. You might be thinking, oh yeah, but it's like riding a bike. Sort of. You're talking about riding a bike when someone had a young phase and then kept that in their memory into adulthood, and then the adult is reflecting on a skill that they kept with them. That is very different, in my opinion. When an adult revisits a memory, they're choosing not to forget and not to unlearn. It is an uphill battle. With every advancing year in your life, you're going to have more and more things to unlearn. It is, to me, the literal definition of counterproductive. When you try to deconstruct and destroy your own experiences in order to learn a prescribed way that doesn't take advantage of those experiences. You still do a bit of unlearning. For certain things, yes, you're going to do that. Expecting that's normal is a whole different ball game than expecting you can look to take advantage of it. So when someone says, I wasted my time, I should have learned it this way, then I'm not talking to those people. I'm not talking about or to those people. They can be perfectly successful that way. I do not do that. When I learn, I choose not to do that. Everything about my life up to this moment is valuable, and I will try my darndest to keep it, not to remove it. So what is that like? What kind of skill that requires? A scientist. If you want to be a deep thinker, if you want to be someone who's cultured, you can't necessarily do that. How do you unculture yourself? Good luck. Good luck with that. If you want to live in a bubble and become a specialist and become famous for something really, really good, that can work. That can definitely work. You know, not remove the adulterated nature. Not all that noise. Remove all that noise. Today, I basically learned nothing, really, because I don't remember any of it. I kind of remember some stuff. Tomorrow's introduction is going to be weird, because I do remember a lot of context clues. But what I'm going to remember today is all the discussions I've had so far. And that is far more valuable than understanding when to use sono, sorry, Japanese people, when to use sono and when not to use sono. That comes later. It can come later at any time. So if you're not good at, the weird thing is, I don't think people are good at unlearning things. I'm not good at unlearning things. In my opinion, you can't. It's very difficult for humans to just simply forget. I mean, you can decide on unhealthy ways of forgetting, certainly. And I would not recommend those. Those are health hazards. And then you can also spend your whole lifetime fighting against yourself in a vicious cycle of emotional diminished return, right? Because the more experience you have, the less and less choice you'll have. How do you remain a learning person? Well, you're not afraid of the idea of unlearning, because you're not. You're never unlearning. You're always learning forward. Learning is cumulative. It's not destructive. So, to resonate with me, if you are a compulsive learner and you enjoy learning, learning is a non-destructive process. Practicing, studying, mastering, well, specifically practicing and mastering something can be a destructive process. As in, you have to sacrifice certain things in order to make room for perfection, or whatever, your ideal perfection. For me, you're gonna hear some Japanglish. Sorry, like Japanglish is here to stay. Thankfully, I don't tell Japanese people that I'm Japanese, because I think that would be disrespectful and offensive. I can tell a Japanese person I'm trying my best. And I think at least even to people who are outside Japan would find that at least admirable. And for me, I am more likely someone who is going to be able to encourage someone else to learn Japanese than someone who goes around saying, whipping the, you know, because for those people who are going to learn Japanese the Japanese way, they don't need any help. Like, they're not going to even talk about it. They're just going to do it. You need to be a certain type to become a native Japanese speaker, self-motivated, right? You're strong, work hard, kind of closeted. You know, like when I mean closeted, I mean like closeted thinking to work. That sounds a little unfun to me. So, no disrespect, but it's not fun for me. I like my stories. So what did I learn today? I'm going to probably review this tomorrow. I learned steaky, right? Because steaky is like steak in Polish, right? I know that sono, kono is not kono wa, right? You can't kono wa anything, right? We had a talk about buste again. All these things, all these little things like owie for blue, our discussions for red and orange. That's it. Those are the things. I don't want to like. I wouldn't give up those things for that. So, how do you engage yourself when you're learning something? You have your stories. You have your experiences. I don't need anyone to tell me to learn Japanese because I would do it. Just because I will make stories. That's a fact. Just because I'll make new memories and I'll keep those memories with me. When someone tells me I'm doing the Japanese wrong, it's not going to discourage me, because when they're telling me it's wrong, I'll just have them explain to me why it's wrong, and then I'll take it. And unfortunately, I don't give much back unless they sit here and find out that it's not about being wrong and right. When it comes to like learning is learning. If you learn a bad way, and then you're saying I need to correct it, guess what? You get to learn how you correct things you don't desire. If you never learn bad things, you never learn how to correct things. So imagine how a Japanese person feels and a Chinese person feels. And I can kind of speak to a Chinese person a little bit. When you spend your whole life only learning the right way, when the wrong way comes around, how do you fix it? My life skills here, learning requires the ability to correct things. Problem solving requires making mistakes and practicing the skill of how to change it, not correct it. Correcting would suggest it's wrong in the first place. Well, if you think it's wrong, you'll never learn anything from it because you don't get to keep it. If you correct something and forget that you ever learned something, you're never going to learn anything from it. It's almost antithesis of learning. So if I make a mistake, if I create a bad habit, they stay with me. They stay with me forever. Those are learning lessons. I wouldn't ever try to forget all my mistakes and my learning lessons. How are you going to manage stress? How are you going to learn how to adjust the next time you make a mistake? Are you just going to beat yourself up all over again the same way? You didn't learn from that. At least my 2 cents. And I really appreciate, again, the person I alienated, probably. Ben, as I refer to him. I love that Indy, Lotus, Blue, Ami, even Fictitious chimed in on, Fictitious it's just, I love these discussions. And the idea is, it might sound like a cop-out, but generally speaking, if you make wrong things work, without, like yourself, right? We're talking about learning. We're not talking about like war and stuff. Not that. If you're self-improving and if you make wrong things work, is it wrong in the first place for yourself? It's just, my answer is no. It's never. If I can't do it the right way, I'm going to do it my way. And right now, I clearly can't do it the right way, so I'm going to do it my way until maybe one day I get it right, possibly. If not, move along. All right, folks, and that's a good little, I haven't had one of these in a while, so there you go. That's the end of week 3. That's a good summary of week 3, really. This was like largely the experience with Duolingo, right? You get some people who disagree with me, and then some people who wants to gaslight me, but at the same time I tried my best and I failed adequately, I guess acceptingly failed to communicate. We'll probably never hear from each other again. It's fair enough. And I've got a lot of other people who are passionate, talking about their experiences and sharing a lot of spoilers. I practically learned a lot from just communicating about Japanese, not through Duolingo, weirdly enough, but Duolingo is a spark. So it is, I still owe it to Duolingo to spark all these conversations. All right, folks, thanks for listening. Thanks for chilling. Definitely go out there, learn a new language, get immersed in the culture, take it in any way possible. It's always nice to feel a little cultured. I really highly encourage other people to think it's not worth unlearning things, in my opinion. It's taking a piece of you and throwing it in the garbage. And this might sound sappy, but I prefer to accept the person and then have them build upon a foundation that they have, know what it works for them and what doesn't work, but keep it at heart. When you unlearn something, you literally are going to unlearn something. A human does not have enough clairvoyance to know how valuable those learning experiences are going to be for the rest of their life. So, learning experiences are invaluable. Unlearning them is weird and counterproductive. All right. Until next time, stay safe, Stay healthy. As always. Mata ashita. じゃあね。